Alright, so the plan for today is that this weekend is the arena qualifier weekend, I think? Something like that. Either way, it's an event that's all sealed of hopefully the new set, and I'm not practicing the wrong set. So we're going to be practicing this today. Evening, DC. So I have been pretty successful thus far in draft for this format, and in the little bit of sealed that I have done, extremely not successful with what I thought were very good pools. So this is going to be, I think, a very interesting reacclimatization to what I am gathering is a very different type of format, where the assumptions that I am bringing in from draft do not apply. I usually enjoy sealed more than draft because I am better at sealed than draft. But I've had like an 85% win rate in draft or something, and I think like a 60% win rate in sealed. So I feel like I definitely don't understand something about this sealed format. Actually, I can pull those up because I'm curious. It felt so bad. Right before the PT, the last draft that I did took me below 90% win rate. So sad, so sad. Yeah, so I'm sitting at 33-6 for draft, and 15-11. I'm below 60% win rate in sealed. Oh no, that's miserable. Yuck. All right. Well, let's begin. Let's begin. We get something. Okay, some cards. Sure. Rares and mythics are not the important part, so in white, cards that we would want to play: Crawling Chorus, Glider, Mandible Justicar, Ossification, Annex Sentry. Ossification and Annex Sentry is nice. Goldwarden's Helm and Lightbringer with the right synergies, Attendant, Shepherd, White Sun's Twilight. Complete Devotion and Zealot's Conviction are, I think, the type of cards that are... I guess I should just start with this. Corrupted is like the weirdest mechanic to deal with in Limited that I think I can recall ever having existed in any Limited format I've ever played, because it relies on your ability to play this mini game about early aggression. And Zealot's Conviction and Complete Devotion are sort of playing similar mini games, which is basically like a question of how many creatures can you get that have Toxic? Some? Then these cards are fine. A lot, especially early creatures, then those cards are great. But sealed especially, I have to imagine like you're going to get pools where Complete Devotion is like an S tier amazing card, and you're going to get pools where it's just completely unplayable. Going to be interesting to try to gauge when that's the case. All right, so looking at blue, I do not think blue will be playable particularly often, if my experience in a draft is anything to go by. In blue, we have Aspirant's Ascent is decent, Temio's Immobilizer is actively kind of good, and that's it. Cool. In black, we have Whispers of the Dross, Blightbelly Rat, 4 Testament Bearers, which aren't actually bad if you have a whole bunch of removal and want to play like a mid-rangey game plan. No love for the draw 3? Nah. No love for this. 5-mana draw 3 is fine, but draw 3s in this format are contextually good only if you have a bunch of highly efficient removal. You can get draft decks where your plan is to be like multicolored, hyper-efficient removal, good blockers, and card advantage. The problem is that blue has no good removal, so all of the removal that you're kind of attempting to combine with this needs to be in other colors. And also, blue has, like, very few good defensive cards. So, like, all of the blue late game stuff just does not combine with what the few good blue cards generally want you to do. There, blue white has this, like, artifacts aggro sub theme that's actually sort of supportive, but it's incredibly reliant on synergy. And I do not expect that to come together in limited very often. My experience with Corrupted while drafting on Arena was that white was just so heavily contested that it really felt worth going for. This is, of course, completely irrelevant for Sealed. I didn't actually get the impression that white was particularly overdrafted. And I also felt like even if you were just going green-black, it was still sort of hard for to get like the right balance of drafting corrupted payoffs versus toxic enablers. Basically, the core problem is that when you're trying to do a corrupted thing, most of the rewards for corrupted are in the mid-range family of effects. Like the white black gold card that's a 5-drop 4/4 vigilance that destroys something when it ETBs is like very much a mid-range card or like top end of aggro. But all of the effects that allow you to enable corrupted that are good, that don't just kind of suck implicitly, are all things that are attached to good aggressive 2-drop cards that everyone is competing for. So it's very, very difficult to draft a corrupted deck if the default non-corrupted aggro version of your deck wasn't already open anyway. So a lot of the times it's almost just easier to draft like the aggro version of white-black or the aggro version of green-black and not care at all about corrupted. But in Sealed, that's not the case. In Sealed, you just have to worry about, well, maybe you just don't get enough 2-drops that have toxic because relying on enabling corrupted via your 4 or 5 drops just doesn't really happen. And then you also need enough like cheap removal or cheap pump spells or cheap evasion granting effects to get your early toxic creatures in if you're on the draw or you are falling behind in tempo for whatever reason. There's a lot of stuff you have to do to make that actually like all come together, and it's a very delicate balance. Let's see. So what else do we have in black? We have Offer Immortality is fine. Shieldred's Edict I've actually like kind of hated. This might be a better sealed card than I'm used to it being in draft. In draft, it's just not very good on rate, typically. Like, killing their worst creature for 2 mana is not exciting, because you never kill a good creature. But in draft, or in sealed, you're going to be playing against a lot more planeswalkers, and each opponent sacrifices a planeswalker might actually be, like, higher value than I'm used to attributing it to in draft. So, maybe I should actually test that. And we got a draw card, a draw card, a draw card, a draw card, a draw card. Cruel Grimnarch. I've actually been higher on Cruel Grimnarch and Gulping Scrap Trap as, like, top-ins to various decks than I was expecting. Scrap Trap is not a terrible 5-drop if you're desperately in need of one. If your goal is to, like, do Corrupted and Proliferate stuff. If you just need 5-drops. And Grimnarch is, like... in draft, there is a really powerful 4-color, 5-color control deck that just relies on Prophetic Prisms and the 3-mana Manolith that I think a lot of players aren't aware of. And Cruel Grimnarch is like one of the cards that makes that archetype so powerful because it allows you to draft this, aggressively draft early on the color fixing and ramp cards, and then just splash all of the bombs that people don't want to play or splash because this is such an aggressive format that The more aggressive a format is, and the lower land count that you're incentivized to play, the less willing people are to splash, and the more they are encouraged to find their lane early and stick to it, because this is a format very heavily defined by getting a large density of 2-drops in a certain color pair, which means you kind of need to start that process early. All of that meaning people don't splash for bomb rares as much, and if you're the 5-color drafter at your pod, you get to just, on average, soak up a pretty high number of random bombs that people keep passing. But if you don't get that, well, you took all this color fixing and ramp, so you still need a way to have a good top end that acts kind of like a bomb. And Cruel Grimnark is actually like a card nobody wants except the ramped player. And as far as top end card that does a very good job stabilizing goes, Cruel Grimnark is like usually really, really good. 6 mana, either you gain 4 life when the opponent's top decking, or get rid of the best card that they were saving for last. And in the meantime, 5 toughness just like completely stalls the ground, and it trades with everything because it's got Death Touch. Just like a surprisingly good card. How's your experience playing against bombs been in sealed? Nearly all of my losses have been to White Sun, Eternal Emperor, Nissa, etc. as they would build a deck to be more resilient against those cards. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Show of hands, who here shocked Chris decided to sleeve up as it turns? Yeah, at some point I'm gonna have to like figure out a way to stream MTGO that doesn't make me miserable, because I want to show that deck off. I didn't do very well at the PT, and a big part of that was I like just played bad in so many spots. I was missing triggers with Thing in the Ice. I was spending way too much time fiddling around with my double-sided cards that I wasn't used to using in paper. I missed so many triggers on, not triggers, but I failed to learn off my divide by zero so many times. It was just a mess. But I think that blue-red deck that I played actually is like legitimately very good. And I was probably winning like 75% of my games on Magic Online. So at some point, we got to explore that deck more, because it is just a hoot to play. How did my day one draft go? My day one draft was kind of a train wreck. I was in a terrible seat that just like, I opened no playable rares. Every single one was completely unplayable. No powerful cards got passed to me at any point. And I ended up in 3-color, 0 fixing aggro just to make enough playables happen with no rares or mythics. And I scraped out with 2-1 out of that. And I was very happy to have done it. I like, not 3-0ing a pod always means like that you didn't do the best that was possible, but I felt like my seat was so horrible that I was extremely satisfied to get out of it with a 2-1. Alright, next up. Red, we have 2 Free From Fleshes. I actually like really, really adore this card, so that is a very strong pull into red. Gleeful Demolition. I've actually had a lot of drafts that used Gleeful Demolition to really good effect. I actually think it's like weirdly one of the pivotal cards for the 4 to 5 color archetype, but I don't know if that's really something you can put together in draft. The main idea is that it's incredibly good with Prophetic Prism. If you end up with like a deck that just has 3 or 4 Prophetic Prisms, and if you need those prisms to fix all your colors, because you just Gleeful Demolition your extra Prophetic Prism, and 3 1/1s is a huge amount of tempo for blocking purposes in this format. And then just occasionally you get to, for 1 mana, blow up your opponent's artifact creature that's a 3 or a 4 drop. And that's just like an insanely massive tempo swing. How did I qualify? I qualified by having 10 wins at the previous Pro Tour. We also have Vindictive Flamestoker, which is a bomb, Axiom Engraver, which is a very, very good 2-drop, and Shrapnel Slinger, which is another 2-drop that exists. I found in this format that you have to bias really, really hard towards getting an appropriate density of 2-drops that are capable of blocking, because so many decks will have fighting over denying or enabling corrupted is so important that if your deck does not have a high number of interactive 2-drop plays, whether that means just playing something like Incisor Glider, that is just a very good card in this format, even if you can't enable corrupted, because a 1/3 that can block flyers basically just... Incisor Glider means every 2-drop that anyone would ever use to enable corrupted can't attack through. The 1/1 flyers can't attack through it. The 3/1 Toxic 2 green drop can't attack through it. The multicolored 2/2s can't attack through it. All of the white 2/2s can't attack through it. There is, I'm pretty sure, literally nothing that can attack through an Incisor Glider without help. And the same is true of the green 1/3 Reach Spider. Both of those are just like way better than they would be in every other format. I am currently not qualified for the next PT, yes. Although, probably will change that at some point, I would guess. So in red, we also have a Blade Graft Aspirant, who is not terribly great, a Magma Sprinter, who requires Synergy to be useful, and a Slowbad, who is a Centaur Courser. Chimney Rabble's good. Hazardous Blast is fine. 2 Volshock Splitters makes the Blade Graft Aspirant quite a bit less bad. And Furnace Strider is always excellent. Yeah, so in green there's a 3/1 Toxic 2 for 2 mana in green, but I'm viewing that as not being able to attack through an Incisor Glider because it, trades with it, which is basically the same as functionally blocking forever. In green, we have 2 Thirsting Roots and an Armored Scrap Gorger, which opens... Jeez. Which opens us up to playing base green splashing quite easily. Branch Blight Stalker is great. 2 Canker Blooms is kind of fantastic. 2 Predation Steward, or 1 Predation Steward. A Titanic Growth. Alright, the base level of green is... It feels kind of obligatory to play now, because that is just so much good 2-drop action. Canopy and Restoration I'm never particularly excited about. Vorak is excellent. Tyrannak's Atrocity is fine. Bladed War Whip. Wow, 2 Prisms. And a Dune Mover. Wow, okay. All that stuff that I said about the 4 to 5 color thing being a draft deck only may no longer apply. I think we might be a 4 to 5 color Dirtle mid-range deck. Which is unfortunate because like all of our red is, with the exception of Flamestoker and Gleeful Demolition, like pretty singularly aggressive. Okay. Well. I don't know if Rhea Ivor is like actually a playable card. This has been so consistently insanely underwhelming for me every time I've played it. We have Rhea, we have Necrogen, War Whip, Dune Mover, Prisms, Skitterfang. I wanted to do 5 and or 4 color nonsense. What else would I want to play? Do we need Cruel Grimnark in this deck? Probably not. Alright, so for starters, without any splashing, what does our green-white pool look like? We don't really have a huge number of toxic enablers. We have Crawling Chorus, Branch Blight, Annex Sentry, Indoctrination Attendant, Basilica Shepherd. We have Skitterfang, who is one of the best ways to enable Toxic, weirdly, just by virtue of giving your 2-drops flying. If Jin Gataxias wasn't double blue, I'd be a lot more interested, but when Dune Mover and Thirsting Roots and Contagious Vorak are a big part of our fixing, having to build the deck around the option to play double blue is kind of troublesome. Oh, yeah, that's true. Dune Mover's toxic too. I was just about to say that Dune Mover is like one of the best cards in Sealed to open so frequently. Because it's just like, it almost always makes every single deck. So if we were to do this blue-green deck, we would need, or if we were to do this white-green deck, we would need to splash some anyway. I guess we'd probably still want to play Tyrannax Atrocity, but then we probably want to play Rot Priest. Probably fine playing Rhea Ivor. It probably is worth splashing for the War Whip. And I think we also have enough Toxic that it's probably correct to play Complete Devotion and Flesh Cutter and Zealot's Conviction. So with 2 Thirsting Roots. It's true that there might not be a need to splash. If we cut the Prisms, cut the War Whip, and just only splashed black for the 4-drops, our deck would look something like this. As far as removal goes, that leaves us with Ossification, NX Sentry, White Sun. White Sun's Twilight, not necessarily looking the best in an aggro deck, but still kind of busted. The green Skull Bomb I don't really view as evasion, no. I mostly view the Skull Bombs as, like, not super playable other than the blue one, unless you're really desperate to fill a curve. War Whip is very good. Flamestoker ain't bad either. Is Canopy main deckable in this format? I assume Canopy isn't terrible main deck in this format. Especially if you have a limited amount of answers to reach, or answers to flyers. I don't know that I would be excited to main deck it, but if I was ever short on playables, I think I would be willing to main deck it to hit 23 and not be upset about the fact that I was main decking it. Similarly, the white instant speed 3 mana exile a non creature, non land that you can pay 3 more to hit a creature. That card's like actually just pretty acceptable to main deck, in my opinion. And he's Xyled. I don't really want to play 17 lands. We have... do we have enough color fixing that I can play this Bladehold War Whip off of just Thirsting Roots and Dune Mover? If I'm also trying to make the black splash. Or if I want to play the War Whip, do I also need to find a way to fit in the Prophetic Prisms? I probably do. But I don't actually have anything good to cut. I mean, I guess I also have the Scrap Gorger. It sort of helps. Win socks. Okay, we can go grab socks. Gesundheit, kitty. Sealed with White Sun's Twilight. So I've done like 5 sealeds in this format so far. I think every single pool I've had has had either White Sun's Twilight or else, no, or the Wandering Emperor, or both. And I think I've gotten 7 wins with only a single one of those pools. Which makes me think that I definitely do not understand how this format differs from draft just yet. I think I'm supposed to play 1 Prism. Which is probably extra better given that I've already got the Indoctrination Attendant anyway. Both, yeah. You know what? I want to look at this log. The one that I had both in, was that the one that I got 7 wins with? No. No, it was not. So I had White Sun's Twilight, the Eternal Wanderer, and Vraska Betrayal's Sting, and I went 5-3. Losing 2 matches single-handedly to Skrelv. Like, just played turn 1 Skrelv and I couldn't beat it. And 1 match to never finding my 4th land in 2 matches. Or no. That would have been in 1 game, because that was best of 1. Oh yeah, I would not be surprised if Gruul was insane. Gruul is by a pretty wide margin the best color combination in draft, so it would stand to reason that it is often the best in sealed. Alright, so we want a Prism. And I gotta cut 3 cards, is that right? This is 13, 15. No, maybe I only need to cut 1 card. Maybe I only need to cut 1 card. We think not splashing black? We just splash red instead? We don't think Necrogen Rot Priest or Reivor are good enough? Yeah. That might be true. At which point, I don't actually need the prism. Where did it decided to put the prism there, huh? Okay. And then we just get to play Vindictive Flamestoker. And that's a 17 land deck, functionally. It's a lot. Wouldn't mind being closer to 16. You don't necessarily need to play Prism on 2 for Prism to be a decent card. You can play it on 3 or 4. More so if you have good 1-drops, or 1-drops you don't mind playing on a later turn. Free from Flesh being a big one. Hazardous Blast is fine, and we are an aggressive deck with a lot of creatures on the board on earlier turns. Which could make it the final card to play here. It is probably reasonable. So if we were to play 1 Hazardous Blast, then... Seven forests, 1 mountain, 6 plains. Wouldn't mind getting 1 more forest in the deck, but I also don't necessarily want to play more lands than this, with Thirsting Roots and Dune Mover already functionally being lands. But... so this is functionally like 16 and a half. I'm trying to think if I can justify cutting Thirsting Roots for a forest. It's kind of hard to justify with 3 red cards. We have double green and double white, but nothing double red. It's really a shame that we're not fitting in the Free from Flesh, because that card with Atraxa, Skitterfang, and Armored Scrap Gorger and Flamestoker is all quite nice. I think we go to 8 forest over a plains. Yeah, possibly. I was thinking we have... I guess we only have 2 white cards we actually want to play on turn 2. Although we have Crawling Chorus that we wouldn't mind playing on turn 1. Is Crawling Chorus actually good in this deck? Natty Mary, thanks for the resub. I guess we have Incisor Glider. That's probably enough to justify playing Crawling Chorus. Alright. I don't hate playing the 8th forest over the 6th plains. Still feels kind of weird to not be playing Rot Priest. It's just such a good wall. But I guess we also don't have a lot of flyers either. So holding the ground while we attack in the air isn't really a thing that's happening here. Okay, I think this is probably what I want to do. The alternative is going all in on red-white equipment. Not playing the green, which gets us the 2 Free from Fleshes, the Bladegraft Aspirant with the War Whip and the Flesh Cutter, the 2 Spitters, but we definitely lose out on a lot of very good 2-drops, and I really like having good 2-drops in this format. So it's honestly pretty tempting. All right, I'm going to screenshot this, and then we're going to take a look at what the red-white list looks like. Lands out. So that probably plays Lightbringer, and Goldwarden's Helm probably plays Against All Odds. Against All Odds can actually be pretty nice when you have equipment with 4 Mirrodin, in my experience. 2 Free from Flesh, a Gleeful Demolition, possibly 2 Gleeful Demolitions, honestly. Axiom Engraver, Shrapnel Slinger, Blade Graft, probably not Sprinter. Slowbat, are you fine? Probably not. Chimney Rabble, Second Hazardous Blast, Spitter's Strider. If anything, too many 4-drops. Which... Indoctrination Attendants, probably not stellar. Complete Devotion's probably not great. Zealot's Conviction's probably not great. At this point, there's basically no way we ever turn on Corrupted for Incisor Glider. But I'm still just willing to play a 1/3 that can block in the air, regardless. That probably means we're not the most interested in Crawling Chorus. What to cut? So these are functionally creatures. The Volshock is functionally a creature. We need like 2 cuts here. I kind of don't hate this, but I also don't really know what to do with it. Is this not enough stuff to play Against All Odds, maybe? Are we sure about 2 Hazardous Blasts? No. We certainly have fewer aggressive 2-drops, so maybe 2 Hazardous Blasts isn't where we want to be. And then 1 other cut. I have historically liked Gleeful Demolition when you can use it on things like Goldwarden's Helm. But maybe we don't have enough of the 2-drop for Mirrodin equipment. That generally being where Gleeful Demolition is really good, when you can just play your 2-drop 2/2 that leaves behind an artifact you don't care about, and then Gleeful Demolition that artifact you don't care about, to get a bunch of 1/1s. and then occasionally hit your opponent's stuff. But... oh, I'll be right back. I forgot to do something. Okay, that's fixed. I don't know. I'm pretty close to thinking this is better than the 4-color deck. But I really don't know what to make this last cut. Maybe it is Gleeful Demolition. I kind of like Goldwarden's Helm in this deck, because between the Bladegraft Aspirant and the Bladehold War Whip, we have synergies. We also have Mandible Justicar that it buffs. Against All Odds would be a card that I normally would be willing to cut, but I think here we have enough equipment, and the fact that it can get back a Skitterfang or a War Whip from the graveyard is such a big deal, or an Annex Sentry, that it's like... at the bare minimum, I want to test this card because I think this is like about as good as it ever gets, and I want to test if it feels worth playing in the position where it's about as good as it ever gets. So we'll cut Gleeful Demolition, even though I don't actually think that's right. The card's just impressed me too much, but maybe we just are just slightly too low on the number of synergies you need for it. Lightbringer is a card that is almost always not great, but I think it's better specifically with War Whip and Helm. And Infested Fleshcutter also helps it out. How does War Whip get into the graveyard? If an opponent removes it, which I think is slightly more common in Sealed than it is in Draft. But also just even if it's on the board, you can flicker it to get a creature and re-equip it, which is nice. But War Whip, I think, is one of those cards that is a removal magnet somewhat frequently. Okay, I think I'm sold. I think I like this better than the other one. It seems pretty similar in power level, and we're just going to lose fewer games to our mana not behaving, is my thought. Jacob Wilson, thanks for the resub. I continue to appreciate the support. Plus, this deck gets to play Furnace Strider, and I'm pretty sure that's like the best card in this set. So, fairly confident this has to be the better build. Oh, you went out, kitty cat. Okay. Do they have a default basics setting yet? I do not believe they have one yet. No 2-drops is kind of miserable, but at least it's got an Annex Sentry, which feels probably really strong. The default basics thing, I think, is actually going to be here in one of the updates pretty soon. Tuesday. Oh, we did it. Never didn't have a 2-drop, although our opponent didn't have a 2-drop either. Take action. Fail to find. You hit. I mean, I could Annex Sentry the Flesh Cutter, but I've got to assume that's just not actually something that I want to do. I'd rather hit something after they equip it. So I guess I'm just going to play this Skitterfang. I could have played the Skitterfang pre-combat and like given the Dune Mover lifelink, but I think I just value the counter on the Skitterfang more than I value gaining 2 life. No, my Skitty. Oh, rip. Well, we actually almost have Corrupted enabled for like the what, 1 card in our deck that cares about that? Incisor Glider, is that it? I think that's it. Gross! That's very good. Well, alright, if Furnace Strider is very good, then I'm going to assume that also a Furnace Strider is very good. I think I'd just swing with everything and try to force my opponent to race me. Considering I have a Hazardous Blast in my hand, racing feels like I probably am favored, maybe? I mean, they do have a Furnace Strider in play and get to untap with it first, which is definitely very good for them. I really hope we top deck Incisor Glider right now. That'd be just swell. Played Graft Aspirant, sure. Which means they can Flesh Cutter onto it, yeah. And then give it haste and swing. Yup. So let's see. They don't swing with Furnace Strider because they want to block. That makes sense. So I could Hazardous Blast. Which gets in some damage. Kind of scary on the backswing, though, isn't it? You have 4 toughness. I'm torn between whether I would prefer to Annex Sentry the Bladegraft Aspirant and then swing with everybody except Annex Sentry. I guess the Furnace Strider on their side no longer has any counters on it, which is helpful. Or if I would rather just play Basilica Shepherd and give it haste and swing for 3 in the air. I think the slightly safer play is to just Annex Sentry the Aspirant. Attack like this. Either put them to 6. Yeah, okay. Put them to 6. Or they block the Dune Mover and we do, what, 2 more damage, putting them to 4? Either way, seems good. Alright, Flesh Cutter on Strider sounds probably good to me. Opponent doing nothing seems extremely good to me. But I'm going to say that my opponent's stuff can't block, and I'm going to attack with a lot of creatures and see if that's lethal. And it is! Delightful! Okay. Make opponent dead. Good stuff. I feel like our little Dune Mover that could got in about 10 damage or more over the course of that game. The power of having a 2-drop, eh? No 2-drop? What are we supposed to do with a hand that doesn't have any 2-drops? Keep it and pretend that Vindictive Flamestoker is a 2-drop, I guess? How did it do with the PT? Not super great. Didn't manage day 2, unfortunately. Had a lot of fun, though. It was a really pleasant trip. Canker Bloom. Well, we had somebody earlier asking how does War Whip get into the graveyard. And lo and behold, that be a bloom. I'm taking 3. What do I feel about the Pioneer deck I took in retrospect? I like the deck I took. I wish I had practiced it more in paper. I don't really think that I got a very good indication of how effective it was as a deck, because I think I just misplayed too much. Okay. Cool. So is Miklos the best card in the set if you're on colors for it? Okay. Nifty. Iona's just got a pile of naturalizes, and that's, like, heinous. Best by win rate? I'd believe it. I'd believe it. I can't really beat that card. It's pretty busted. Well, okay. I get to keep my 4-2. That's actually kind of rad. Well, this could be worse, I guess. Heard mention of the Pro Tour having a lot of misplays. It wouldn't surprise me. I think the Pro Tour always has a lot of misplays. I think, like, all Magic has a lot of misplays, generally speaking. Did the opponent? No. Oh, I thought this could put oil counters on itself, but I guess not. Okay, cool. Well, we are successfully stalling out, which I think is actually pretty good for me. Go ahead and continue putting things on the board. If we hit another land, I get to play Goldwarden's Helm and Skitterfang and start giving lifelink to something. Opponent found their 3rd color in the Miklos deck. Okay. Well, this is starting to look like a really good Hazardous Blast. I should probably cast that sooner rather than later, huh? Tempting to just play a big ol' 5-drop instead. It's also tempting to develop the Skitterfang first. If I play out the Skitterfang now, I can give lifelink to the 4-2 and swing. No, I think I just play the Blast. Getting that Saw Blade Scamp off the battlefield seems like a really good benefit. So these two are attacking. What's the rest of the team doing? That Cackler being a high-powered trampler is kind of scary. I sorta don't want to swing with anything else, but I might have to. Double block the Miglaws. I actually think I just don't want to swing with the Shepherd here. I feel like if I swing with the Shepherd, if they have any kind of removal spell or pump spell, my blocks are actually kind of bad. I guess they can't give... No, it's 3 mana to give it Menace and +2/+2. Oh, you can just activate this twice to give it +4/+4? There's no limitation on the number of times? This card is so insanely busted. It's kind of just absurd. Okay, cool. I love my opponent not doing anything. That makes me so happy. Okay, let's start swinging with the Shepherd and gaining some life then. Or at least forcing them to remove a bunch of counters from Miglaws to blow up my Skitterfang. You gain lifelink. No, don't kill my Shepherd. That will be sad. This doesn't gain reach, right? No, okay. I was gonna say, I know it does everything, but it doesn't do that, right? Alright, more creatures. Flamestoker gonna draw a bunch of cards at some point in the future. Yeah, lots of blockers. Oh, but if I can't block, game's over. Alright, equipment gone. Cool. Alright, 1 card remaining. Spore Singer. I mean, that's pretty wicked annoying. Huh. That's a... Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have enough blockers to not care. Just costs 3 mana to naturalize. So if I block like this, they only get to kill one of my creatures. Jump here, which forces them to give it +2/+2. I could also put the Skitterfang in front of the Miglaws, which is probably correct. That way they can't actually save it. Batter Fist's actually kind of making it worse. Could choose to not block the Cackler, then just put the Rebel in front of Miglaws and not do anything about the Cackler. Keep the Skitterfang. Lose 5 life, but immediately gain 3 of it back, so functionally I'm only paying 2 life. I think I just like the Cackler off the board, though. So I think this is correct. Yep. Pump to kill the 1/1. Ooh! Well, now that's interesting. I like the idea of that getting back Skitterfang. Gaining life does sound like a cool idea. On the other hand, it could also get back the War Whip. On the other hand, we could just play Furnace Strider. Probably just want to play Furnace Strider for the time being. We willing to sacrifice a 1/1 to get in 1 point of poison damage? I think that's actually worth it, specifically because if we manage to top deck an Incisor Glider, having them at Corrupted would be a big deal. So yeah, next turn we can get back War Whip and give that creature haste. One unknown card. It's a land. Cool. Okay, well, we'll just kill him then. Whee! I don't know if we should have won that, but I'll take it. Pretty sure that was a turn 3 Migloz. Feel like you're probably supposed to, like... never do that. Alrighty. Mountain. We have a 2-drop. I am happy. You know what? Against all odds with Axiom Engraver is actually like kind of a cute synergy. Like, probably not a particularly good synergy, but cute one nonetheless. So that kind of sucks. Voidwing Hybrid is a good Magic card. It's like the only good thing in blue-black. But the good news is, even though my opponent got a turn 2 Voidwing Hybrid, they are also in the colors blue and black, which should be helpful for us. Ambulatory Edifice, you're kind of annoying. I don't really have a good answer to you. Okay, deal. Probably. Yeah, okay, deal. End up taking this opportunity to loot away a mountain. Yeah, Lattice Blade Mantis is scary. Voidwing Hybrid continues to not have a direct answer. Mountain gets looted away. More Free from Flesh. Okay, ossification, huh? So the question becomes, do I just completely ignore the Voidwing Hybrid? The answer to that's probably yes. I feel like I start by swinging. I'm assuming they don't block. And if they don't block, I think I have to ossification the Lattice Blade Mantis. Card too scary otherwise. Just gonna have to try to race the hybrid. Well, we're not pretty certain it's scary. Opponent's actually gonna try to race us with the toxic stuff, huh? Ooh, War Whip sounds like fun, though. That's a nice way to get to kill the Rot Priest without actually having to do anything about it. Okay. I feel like we're in a commanding tempo point here. Yep, that sure is a 2-3. Skitterfang, can you give Trample? Flying, Vigilance, Death Touch, Lifelink? No. So if I give this 2-3 Death Touch, is there a world in which they don't block it, and then I free from Flesh for lethal? No. Well, maybe. The alternative is just giving Lifelink to the 4-3, but I don't think that actually matters much. Maybe they have a removal spell, and if they have a removal spell, maybe they use it on the 4-3 and then put the Tainted Observer on the Axiom Engraver. Or maybe they just use the removal spell on the 2-2 anyway. Okay. Want to get the Proliferate creature off the board. We get the opponent down to 4. We can have 2 lethal threats. Oh no, I can't have 2 lethal threats because I can't actually equip the War Whip. Awkward. Weird that they chose to get back Edifice instead of the 2-3 flying blocker when I'm threatening to give my creatures flying repeatedly. Okay, let's go with land. Double strike the Skitterfang. Combat. Take action. Give you flying. Swing with 2 lethal threats. Skitterfang gets to eat the Edifice, which is a position where the 2-3 would have been a lot better. Alright. Feeling healthy. Still got 5 poison life to go. Continuing to have 2 lethal threats on the board. That's true that it's a free attack with Engraver. Yeah. I was mostly thinking 1 damage wouldn't matter, but there's a possibility that it could have. I think I only had 1 blue open, and I don't think there's only like 1 blue combat trick in the format, and +1/+3 doesn't really do anything there anyway. Let's see, we have a 1-drop. We have other stuff to do. That means keep. Ossification's not really a 2-drop, but, I mean, Vindictive Flamestoker plus Free from Flesh feels like a good enough combo to be worth keeping. Yay, they didn't kill my Flamestoker. Combat swing, put a block. No. Is it worth ossificating here just for mana efficiency's sake? Especially when I have a Flamestoker? Huh. And therefore want to empty my hand ASAP? But I got 2 4-drops, so I'm not likely to be able to empty my hand ASAP anyway. So I guess I get punished for not doing this if I wind up just drawing a bunch of lands. That's not helpful. So 3/4. Gross. If I attack into this and they double block, they blow out free from flesh. So I guess I just have to ossificate now anyway. That's a shame. I really wish I had ossificated last turn. Then I'd be able to attack. And if they don't block, I get to play Gold Warden's Helm. Think I have to let them have the Rustvine Cultivator here. Letting them hit me with a 3/3 would be sad. Alright. Deck, I would really like a land, please. We are really going to need to be able to cast some 4-drops. Shepherd don't make me happy. Gross. Alright. Thank you for not blocking opponent. That would have been really awkward if you had. Now, do I play Axiom Engraver so I can start looting stuff away? Or Helm to be more mana efficient? Looting away means that we get to start looking for a 4th land sooner. I think that's got to be the play. Have I ever been told that I have a striking resemblance to Wind Butler? I don't know who that is, so I'm going to assume I have it. Alright, at least 3 damage a turn in the sky is not the scariest. 4/4 is, however, kind of scary. Okay, well, good news. Volshock Splitter can trade with Venomous Brutalizer if nothing else about the board state changes. What am I discarding here? Am I discarding anything? I think I'm discarding something because I'm incentivized to empty my hand for Flamestoker. No, I needed that. I'm probably going to be forced to triple block the Brutalizer, eh? So the fact that they're not attacking with the 1/1s implies that they don't have a combat trick, which makes me feel a little safer about this triple block. I don't want to lose the Flamestoker, but I also don't want to give them Corrupted. So I think I just have to be willing to lose to a combat trick here. Links are fine, yeah. That's cool. That is the ordering that makes sense. I think at this point I'm willing to loot away Hazardous Blast, because I'm already sort of invalidating these 1/1s anyway. No, that was not when I wanted the mana. That's okay. We can loot away the planes at least. Still have an Axiom Engraver to block the 1/1s, which means I can get in with the Chimney Rabble. Still racing this clock from Shepherd, which I'm not the world's biggest fan of. Opponent, spend some time and some mana drawing cards. That's fine-ish. For long legs, sure. How many things do I have that can stop Basilica Shepherd from getting in for damage? Okay. Why an attack with the 1/1s but not the 1/2? Curious. Just wanted to kill my 1/1? Okay, White Sun's Twilight. It's a good reason to have mana, I guess. Forgot that card was in our deck. Blockity, sure. Combat, nope, just willing to trade it off. Okay. Yeah. Probably no shame in playing out the Gold Warden's Helm here. Still taking 3 damage a turn. Atlas isn't gonna hurt us, but they now have access to every other color of mana. 3 damage, sure. Life total getting slightly awkward. Furnace Strider is a pretty cool magic card. How do we feel about that? Attack for 7 here. Well, 7 times 2 is kind of lethal. Do I want to leave back an Engraver to block the long legs? No, because I'm probably going to kill the long legs with Free from Flesh here. Can I present lethal? I cannot present lethal if I use Free from Flesh, so they're not forced to block with the long legs. On the off chance they have Titanic Growth, I don't want to attack with everything here, because if they just don't block and then attack and Titanic Growth me, I would, you know, die. There is also the ability to just cast White Sun's Twilight for 4, to gain a bunch of life, and make an extra attacker that I can give haste with Furnace Strider. Oh, okay, cool. I'll take it. This White Sun's Twilight card continues to not really impress. We just never seem to cast it. Okay, Mandible Justicar. I like that card a lot. We are going to need to draw another land, but let's just do that, and then it's not a problem. Duelist. That's rude. So do I just play Skitterfang and give Justicar flying? No, because I want to block the Duelist to stop them from putting the first poison counter on me. So I think I just play Gold Warden's Helm so that I can actually block the Duelist. And then if they wind up trading with the Justicar, we're also very happy because we gained 3 life and killed their 2-drop anyway. Okay. I'm fine with my opponent not doing anything. Let's play Skitterfang. Let's gain some life. Oh yeah, it's not Justicar. It's Justiciar, or whatever. I don't want to lose my Skitterfang. So we're not attacking with the Skitterfang. Does that mean I'm giving this thing Death Touch and swinging? I think it means I'm giving this thing Death Touch and swinging. Then we play our Shepherd, which blocks 2/2s exceptionally well. Alright, opponent has not played anything intensely scary yet, which is probably a good sign for me. No, my 3/3, I guess? Probably. That's sad. Oh, opponent didn't do anything. That's a little surprising. Well, could give the 2/3 Death Touch again, I guess. It's probably worse than just giving a 4-power creature flying at some point. That's true. Giving the Skitterfang flying was probably better than giving the 2/3 Death Touch. That is very, very true. Now that I've drawn this land, I kind of want to not use Against the Odds so that I could do it after White Sun's Twilight for 5. But then again, maybe I'm just supposed to Against the Odds to get back Mandible Justiciar. And then White Sun's Twilight for 4. I think I would rather reset the counters on Skitterfang than get an extra 2/2 in this position. Probably. Let's put that helm on the... Okay, wait, so if I do this for 4, Justiciar is going to have 5 toughness. 5 toughness versus 6 toughness really isn't a functional difference. So I think we just don't move this. Wow, didn't even sack the draw spits. Do I take that to mean they have a White Sun's Twilight? Oh no, they have a card I don't care about. Cool.
I was expecting a more impressive enemy. Time for your spirit.
That's gross. So we can blow up the board, but blowing up the board isn't a very good deal. Not when they have a Kaya. If I attack with everybody... It's also not a great deal. That's troublesome. Well, what are we doing about that? guess we're gonna try to put it down to 2. And hope they make less than ideal blocks. They don't really need Kaya to save them at all if we blow up the board. They just, like, mostly start upticking immediately, and then if they play, like, any creature at all, they're out of range. I guess I would still have the Volshock Splitter. Maybe that changes the map, actually?
Quit wasting my time.
Okay. Wait, how are you still at 3? Didn't they only have 4 creatures? Wasn't it still at... I'm confused. Was it at 4? Oh, proliferate. Right. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think I equipped this to the Might. Maybe I'm supposed to put it on the 2-3?
You're not safe from me.
Gladiator number 2. Sure. Okay. Now I'm gonna say this is the part of the game where I White Sun's Twilight and just accept that. I mean, it's definitely a lot of toxic. But opponent's got a lot of cards if they choose to zero Kaya. That is probably not what they should have started with. Okay. That's a good sign.
It's what you deserve.
Okay. Pretty sure I would rather kill this Kaya and stop them from getting the opportunity to fix their mistake by zeroing.
We're so close.
Than just put a bunch of toxic in their face. I get to pick up the Prophetic Prism. Oh, no, they choose to get the creature? Yeah, you know what, a 2-3 is probably just better than a redraw at this point for that amount of mana. Sure. So, block. Take 4 toxic. And then the next turn take 2. That's not gonna do it. I'm probably willing to play out this Lightbringer rather than loot it away. And then just not attack this turn. Putting a bunch of Toxic on the opponent would have been relevant, but bear in mind they also would have gotten to draw 2 cards if I hadn't killed the Kaya, which has a lot of potential to be relevant too. I'm pretty sure I still like the position we're in better than in the position where I had gone all at face. Ooh, that's useful. We blow up the 2-3. which gives them no good blocks. Sounds like a good idea. They can certainly trade off with a double block if they want to. Okay, and now let's move this over, I guess. Do we move over the helm too? How likely is that to matter? Hypothetically could matter. That's rude. Okay, so they get in with Justicar. Oh, they don't choose to get in with Justicar. That doesn't make sense, but I'll take it. Ah, we don't have anywhere near enough toxic on them. I guess I could swing with everything at this point. Gains them 2 life, but it's probably worth it for the Incisor Glider next turn. I am not currently qualified for the next PT, no. Curious jump off, okay. Alright. I think I like our odds. As long as the opponent doesn't wipe the board here. Yay! I think that does it. These come back tapped, right? Yes, sweet. Satisfactory. Jeez. Wow, we had to work hard. Alright. So it turns out that White Sun Zenith, or whatever that card is called, actually can, White Sun's Twilight, can be okay some of the time. I am getting a lot of snow, yes. In fact, I had to drive out through the snow to work today, and that was a harrowing experience. And it was even worse driving home from work. I did see some of the mom reveals. They were very cool looking. I am extremely excited to play Thalia on a Toad. It's not splashy, really, but it's cool. I just like the idea. Alright, this isn't very good, but it's a limited, so I'm not willing to mulligan 3 lands. Hopefully we hit a mountain so we can play our bad 2-drop on turn 2. Or draw a good white 2-drop to play on 2 instead. Perfect. And our opponent started with an island, even better. I am not gonna sack that Shrapnel Slinger. Am I excited to brew with double Yargle? Yeah, hopefully we can get some double Yargle fling action somehow. Not expecting much, but oh no, a Hexgold Slash. However could this happen? Wow, opponent still not playing, like, stuff, huh? I guess I'm just gonna play a bunch of 4/2s for 4 and hope that that gets somewhere. Don't count my 4-draw. That's rude. Okay. Well. Oh, sweet, it's not a Serum Core. I was like actually scared the opponent might have a good card there for a second. Wonder if I should have played the Lightbringer since the opponent probably... Oh, I was gonna say has, like, the Quench, but no, they just have a card that isn't good instead. Sweet! I love when my opponent plays blue cards in this format. My X2. I should have played the Lightbringer first to play around the Quench, in case they had found it. Oh, sloppy. Okay. Well, instead they just don't have anything. Poor little shock splitter. Huh. Well, slightly flooding, which could be a problem. I really don't want to lose to, like, one of the worst 6-drops in the format. Just because a 6-mana 4/4 is good enough to beat me. I don't want that to happen. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, how about we top deck a 4/5 with haste? There is something. Well, okay. Well, that puts me to moderately dead. Got a blocker. Oh, Furnace Strider. Furnace Strider, Furnace Strider, Furnace Strider. You're so close to good enough. You're not, but you're so close. Alright, let's do some blocking, I guess. What do you have? Still the Quench? No, they would have used it if they could have earlier. Alright. Hold back to block the Furnace Strider. Spell Dancer can't be blocked, but that's fine. Okay. Win? Oh, it was in fact the Quench. Don't play blue at home, kids. Any recommendations on how mono red can beat Light Paws? What format? Can you imagine how much we would have been dead if that 6-mana 4/4 had had, like, anything resembling real stats that mattered? Well, we got a 2-drop and a great 3-drop, so this feels like a keep. Pioneer. I don't know. Does mono red not play a bunch of shocks? I would have assumed that a bunch of shocks would be a pretty good way to beat Light Paws. But is that just not fast enough? Howdy, Lord of Ironforge. How goes it? Do I have to play Friday as the play-in? Yeah, I do. I have not played much in the way of Limited over the last week or so. Oh, weeks, plural. One of these days I'm going to sacrifice this shrapnel slinger, but by, like, reflex clicking yes. No! The opponent did the busted combo! The Phyrexian Atlas into Hex Gold Slash. The draft special. Completely OP. Well, we got a Warwick, because that's pretty cool. We can play with fire, but we need to. Yeah, I mean, you could build red to just play more 1-mana burn spells. Like, you're allowed to play 6 copies of Shock if you want to. It's illegal. I mean, I could against all odds to put 2 2/2s into play, but that seems worse than just playing Chimney Rabble here. A little scary that they didn't tap anything down with Sinew Dancer. Not exactly sure what to expect them to do. Apparently literally nothing. Okay. Six copies of Shock feels wrong, especially when we also have Giant. I don't know that Giant is actually very good against auras, to be honest. 2 mana is a lot different from 1 mana to remove things, which means it's functionally not really an answer to Skrelv in a lot of cases. Like, it's not a bad card. I just don't know that I would call it, like, particularly good. Again, with the opponent not doing anything. Not sure how to feel about that. What do you sacrifice? You sacrifice a 1/1 to blow up a Phyrexian Atlas? I probably don't hate that. Okay. My opponent put Phyrexian Atlas in their deck. I'm going to take their word for it that Phyrexian Atlas is a good card in their deck. Let's blink, War Whip, get back Slinger. No more color fixing for opponent, and also Sinew Dancer is now taxed more heavily, or is it taxing of a larger percentage of their overall amount of mana? Same thing. Opponent immediately rediscovers color fixing. Sure. As far as I can tell, though, this is somewhat lethal. There's no point in playing Hazardous Blast, because the Sinew Dancer can still just tap down our 4/4 anyway. But at that point, they are mostly out of mana, so I feel like we just kill them. Okay. So is that 7-0? Me? Yes, it was. Alright. Lots of good aggressive 2-drops. Plus good aggressive uncommons. Mostly pretty good. Vindictive Flamestoker literally never did anything other than being a 1-mana spell. 2 Free from Fleshes was excellent. I think this is like one of the highest value combat tricks in the set, because tempo is everything in this format. and Free From Flesh is excellent tempo. Skitterfang and X Sentry, both very good aggressive cards. Against All Odds was fine. It felt like we were doing everything possible to make this card excellent, and the end result was that it was still fine. Furnace Strider was amazing. White Sun's Twilight was good, but this deck was not good because it had White Sun's Twilight. It was good because the deck was good, and White Sun's Twilight made it better. How do I like Free From Flesh versus the 3-1 Impulse? I like both, and I think one of the interesting things about combat tricks in this format is that having a mix is usually better than having all of any of them. Am I playing best of one because of queue concerns? No, I'm playing best of one because variety of matchups, but yeah, it might be better to play best of 3 to not have the hand smoothing algorithm thing going on. Practice for Dallas. Is Dallas Pioneer, and is that like the second closest DreamHack? I actually just straight up don't remember which event Dallas is. Yeah. Alright. Well, I do think that this deck ended up being quite the correct choice over, like, playing the splashier deck. It's really tough to say no to this amazing green, but I legitimately think the reason that it was better to go red-white over the multicolored green pool is mostly Free From Flesh. More than anything else, I think Free From Flesh was, like, the biggest advantage. It's really hard to overstate how good I think this card is. Dallas is Pioneer and is in the regional championship after San Diego. Okay. Yeah, I am probably going to put Pioneer on the back burner for a little bit, personally. I haven't thought much of it. The Aura's decks are probably going to get refined over the next month or so. I would be interested to see what they end up looking like after a little bit of tuning and after they become more standardized. Alright, let's go ahead and try... Oh, wait, I should probably collect the prizing. Let's try best of 3. That's amusing. Events. Traditional sealed. Okay. Yeah, once again, I think this is probably the now 5th or 6th deck that I've opened White Sun's Twilight in. No, thankfully San Diego is standard, which I'm really excited about, because I don't really want to play more Pioneer. Okay, so in white we have Swooping Lookout ×2, which is interesting. I don't love this card, but I also don't hate it. I find this card to be best in red-white, where you can put equipment on it, more so than any other format, or any other deck. Zealot's Conviction's fine if we end up with Toxic. Bladed Ambassador is good. Complete Devotion is good with enough toxic creatures. Duelist is great. Sizer Glider is great. Justicar is great. Planar Disruption is fine. Charge of the Mites is fine. I don't really like it, but it exists. Porcelain Zealot is fine with enough toxic stuff. Basilica Shepherd's fine. Bardisha's fine. White Sun's Twilight is good. Blue has Skull Bomb and Snare and 1 Raptor and nothing else. Black has Whispers, as many copies of Offer Immortality as we could ever want. Black is super thin. Red has Engraver, Batter Fist, Slinger is fine, Full Charge is fine, Chimney Rebel's fine, Anointer's fine with enough oil synergies. Furnace Strider is good, Rebuke is fine. Green has Scrap Gorger is good, Stalker is good, Bite is fine, Steward's fine, Titanic Growth is nice. Adaptive Spore Singer I've kind of come around on. I was originally really low on this card before it occurred to me that it's actually just like a toxic card. The idea is that you play this card and it gets your toxic 2-drop through, or else just proliferates if you've already got the first point of toxic on them. And if it behaves like that, it's actually pretty reasonable. Because otherwise there's sort of a shortage of good toxic 3-drops, but it relies on you having a huge number of toxic 2-drops that you care about enabling. 2 Plague Nurses, 2 Venomous Brutalizers, wow. And a Tyrannax Atrocity. Huh. Okay, so we can do interesting things in green. Blue-black has a Voidwing hybrid and a Venser, but then I would have to play blue-black. That's just not possible, right? So we have 2 Experimental Auguries, Serum Snare, Anatomist, Whispers of the Dross. Hypothetically, we could do Sultai. But I don't want to. Oh, I got 2 Serum Core Chimeras? Gross. Color fixing is just not a thing, right? Staff of Completion is hypothetically interesting in a Proliferate shell. Jorkadine, what do we have with you? Ironically, we really lack for equipment. We have Bardiche and Batterfist. Well, Batterfist plus Jorkadine's pretty good at least. If you put a Batterfist on Jorkadine, they're immediately 4 power and start getting to attack while drawing cards. Tyvar is typically not worth splashing for. It's very difficult to make this card worth playing in this format. Which is kind of sad, because it seems like a cool card. But yeah, hard to make work. So, for starters, red's not looking amazing, even with the Jorkadine synergy. I want to see what it looks like if we attempt to do the toxic thing in green-white. But I imagine that's going to be pretty hard, because I don't think we actually have the 2 drops to make it happen. We have amazing 4 and 5 drops for a toxic deck. But we don't have the 2 drops. Huh. Oh, I think Tyvar is very good and constructed. I have been legitimately impressed with this card. But the problem is you need, powerful 2 drops to reanimate. And in constructed, that's Blood Tithe Harvester. And you can get some other 2 drops that synergize with it. And other stuff that, the pseudo haste is actually helpful with. Which is also very big with Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. But here, hard to do that. So we could just play green-white aggro stuff. which Bladed Ambassador is pretty good for. But otherwise, as far as Toxic goes, in green-white, we have Duelist, we have Stalker, we have Bite, we have Spore Singer. We got Charge of the Mites, but it's really hard to make Charge of the Mites work as a Toxic enabler. Heard Standard last set was very good. Did this set make it worse? I don't know. I haven't played much Standard for this set. I liked Standard last set, though. I expect I'll probably end up liking Standard this set. I'm very excited to explore green-white auras now that it has ossification, or not auras, green-white enchantments now that it has access to ossification. Oh, I completely disagree that Standard Sense Rotation was bad. I really liked last Standard. I felt like there was a pretty big diversity of decks. It was an underexplored format because there wasn't a single event for it, really, but I liked it a lot, what I did play. Then we don't have enough 2-drops, so we probably can't play Plague Nurse, but the Brutalizers are amazing, so I'm happy to play those. Porcelain Zealot is probably worth playing with Charge of the Mites, and so is Devotion. The Zealot's convictions probably aren't acceptable here, though. Choices were mid-range, mid-range, or mid-range? I don't agree with that. Green-white enchantments I kind of viewed as an aggro-ish deck. Or I guess I wouldn't say the green-white enchantments was like any particular kind of deck. It was a weird deck that could threaten to do very different things depending on its draw. So it could just range from aggro to control to mid-range. Which is the kind of thing that makes it hard to sideboard against a deck. Probably don't need the Swooping Lookouts. And I guess the Swooping Lookouts are actually pretty good with Bardiche. Hypothetically. This is a lot of 2-drops. I like how many 2-drops this is. Zealot over most rares in the set? Really? I legitimately don't actually think this card is particularly good, personally. But, it's better if you have toxic creatures and are trying to push damage through, but that is not where we are at. Okay, how many 2-drop creatures do I actually have? I have a lot of 2-drop creatures. I can probably cut a Predation Steward. Probably not both of them, though. Yeah, Zealot with Duelist of Deep Faith is very nice. I like that part. The problem with Zealot plus Charge of the Mites is it requires you to play Charge of the Mites to get 2 Mites, and that's just usually not worth 3 mana on a card. I just actually kind of don't like Charge of the Mites, period. But it's probably above average here. Huh. Can I justify playing Plague Nurse with White Sun's Twilight, maybe? Maybe. I guess we also have a Justiciar, which also improves Charge of the Mites when you get to start turning it into a +2/+2 combat trick at the same time. Play the Greenland? This thing? No. So every single one of these lands I think is almost never worth playing in this format. I think nearly every deck gets worse if you replace a basic land with one of these spheres. This format is so much about curving out, where a tap land is like a brutal setback, and is so rarely about attrition in terms of who runs out of resources, that you are typically going to lose more games to the fact that this is a tap land than you will win because it allows you to filter a land away in the late game. If you have a deck that is like completely built around being like a control deck, which is not typical in this format, then you have a justification for playing these things. But in my experience with the way that I have built these, when you have that kind of deck, you are typically leaning on being a 4 or 5 color list with a bunch of fixing from like Thirsting Roots and Phyrexian Atlases and Prophetic Prisms, which also means you don't have the time to play tap lands ever. So like I have basically just viewed all of these as completely unplayable, and there may be some exceptions where you should play them, but I would say like 98% of the time your deck is worse for putting these in them. And it's just a pretty safe heuristic to run with, I think. Okay. This is probably not great at enabling corrupted, but I'm thinking maybe I should play the Zealot's Convictions just because I have so many creatures that immediately turn on corrupted anyway. With garbage playables, could it be the 18th land? So the problem with like playing Hunter's Maze as the 18th land is that I think this is a format where having 2-drops and 3-drops on curve is so important, and you are so incentivized to play like 16 lands that I don't want to play the 17th basic, which means I super don't want to play the 18th land as a Hunter's Maze. Hypothetically, you could, like, if you were truly strapped for playables and needed to play 17 lands, literally the only deck I've ever played in this format that I played the 17th land is when I could not find a 24th playable in my colors. So, hypothetically, if you were like 2 cards short of a 24 card deck, you could, yeah, play the 17th basic and a Hunter's Maze. That'd be fine. But good heuristic, typically speaking, just don't play them and you'll probably be happier than if you try to spend time figuring out when to play it. Let's crop that. Oh, I guess I should figure out. Is Swooping Lookout bad? Swooping Lookout's probably bad, right? I just don't have the synergies. It's just Bardiche. Okay, we can probably cut the lookouts. Because I do think that I probably want to try to fit Zealot's Conviction into this deck. Can I cut Predation Steward? Do I still wind up with enough 2-drops if that's the case? Yeah, I still have 6 2-drops. That might be fine. Or it might be better to cut Charge of the Mites, actually. I think I'd rather have the 7th 2-drop than the 3rd Charge of the Mites. Yeah, this is probably fine-ish. My hair is long. This is true. Slightly long. Okay, so the other thing that I want to look at out of this pool is, do we have something that can make the double Serum Core Chimeras work? Because we have a lot of really powerful gold cards, but our fixing does not look like it's going to get there. Staff of Completion and Phyrexian Atlas are sort of fixing. Staff of Completion works pretty well with Serum Core Chimeras and the Voidwing Hybrid and the Venser. So if we tried to make some kind of color-fixing Grixis nonsense work, which is especially silly because most of our best fixing is in green. So I guess I could try to do Teamer, but I want to see about the proliferate stuff. So Charforger and Serum Core do oil for Anointer. Volt Charge does proliferate. Axiom Engraver, Barb Batterfist are both just good and do oil things and non-creature things. Furnace Strider is oil and generally good. Molten Rebuke is fine. Skull Bomb is like kind of okay. Chimney Rebel is just a generically good card. Raptor is good, Serum Snare is good, Augury is not, but is like playablish. Whispers of the Dross is playablish. Anatomist is playablish. Watcher is playablish. Surgical Spellbomb is actively pretty decent. We can play another Molten Rebuke. This is not bad. If I had like 2 Hex Gold Slashes to like subsidize the Staff of Completion and the Phyrexian Atlas, I would probably be fine with it. Might even be excited. But the other thing I could try to do is green, red, splashing blue, which means not playing the Venser and the Voidwing Hybrid. Probably still play the Serum Snare. So then we end up with Thirsting Roots, Scrap Gorger, Stalker Bite, Stewards. Nah, the green just... Too much of the green is about being aggressive and doesn't support the Serum Core Chimera game plan. No. This is just not worth splashing all of these colors to end up with a deck that probably still isn't as good as this green-white lists. Voidwing Hybrid is like the card in blue-black that's actually good. The trouble is that pretty much 100% of the time that you play blue-black to play Voidwing Hybrid, you are just playing the other 20 cards of your deck are so much worse than if you just don't play blue and black. And it's not really worth subsidizing Voidwing Hybrid. But when you get Voidwing Hybrid on 2, Voidwing Hybrid is extremely good. It's so awkward that the only color that gets access to good proliferate is green and red. But blue-black is the color with all of the proliferate payoffs. Despite blue and black being the colors where you have to play bad cards to get proliferate as an effect, instead of getting it for free on cards that are actually desirable. Alright, so 2 Zealots, Conviction, Bladed Ambassador, Complete Devotion, Duelist, Glider, you, 2 of you. Was I not playing Thirsting Roots? I probably should have been playing Thirsting Roots. The Proliferate might wind up being useful. We have one oil counter that's mostly irrelevant. Proliferating Scrap Gorger can be relevant. Incisor Glider and Zealot's Conviction are probably a reason to run Thirsting Roots to turn on Corrupted. So something like this. Wouldn't mind a Dune Mover in this deck, but I could probably roll with this as it stands. I guess Scrap Gorger is kind of like Dune Mover at home. Is there anything I want to cut for a Charge of Mites? I'm pretty sure I want every 2-drop creature before Charge of Mites. I could hypothetically cut a Zealot's Conviction for Charge of Mites, maybe? Yeah. Having Mandible Just a card does kind of make me want the third Charge of Mites a little more. But I don't think I can justify cutting any of this for that. So I think we're shipping it. Think this is the plan. It occurs to me that at this point, I am basically snowed in. And I don't know what I'm going to do for dinner. I guess maybe I have a couple of deep dish pizzas in the freezer that I could cook. That might be the game plan for the next 36 hours or so. Why is Untapped throwing itself up in front of everything else? Can we keep this and then simply top deck good? Probably not with 15 lands in the deck. This, however, oh wow, okay. The game plan was supposed to be play Infinity 2-drops, have a bunch of 2-drops. So I guess the plan is just have Infinity 2-drops, draw some 2-drops. Botelho on an island, that's a good sign. Hey, Scrap Gorger, you're a good card. No removal spell, please. No removal spell that proliferates, please. Okay. Block? Sure. Deal. I guess. Why not? Search for a basic. Get a forest. Play a forest. Add a green. Exile a card. Get an oil counter. Play a Spore Singer. Proliferate the counter. Well, we're now threatening to block with Scrap Gorger as a 3/3 next turn, I guess. For, like, whatever that might matter. Now, if the opponent wants to get in with Venser to put 3 poison counters on us, they have to actually use a removal spell on the Spore Singer instead of the Scrap Gorger, which I strongly prefer. Yup. Well, that gets them a 3/3. Sure. Did they just proliferate a counter on my Scrap Gorger? It's polite of them. Well... I want to play Brutalizer, but that's pretty vulnerable to the opponent just removing it. So I think for the time being, I'm just replaying the Spore Singer. Bumping the Scrap Gorger with Vigilance and attacking. This attack would be a lot worse if the opponent hadn't politely put an oil counter on my Scrap Gorger for me. If they set up the double block, I get to blow it out with Zealot's Conviction. Okay. Rude. Alright. So, opponent gets to attack with Escaped Experiment and can shrink Spore Singer down to a 1/3. And if they give the Experiment Flying... No, they give the 3/3 Flying. Okay. Well, so now they can't really attack with the Experiment, because if they do, I just kill it with Spore Singer. I think it would have been better for them to give the Experiment Flying... Okay, so they want to give me 3 poison counters here, huh? So I guess I choose between killing the Experiment or denying 3 poison. Given that their deck is probably built around Proliferate, I think it's safest to deny the poison. Well, I feel like I've actually kind of stabilized this board in the weirdest way possible. Could play the Spore Singer. Doesn't accomplish much since my other Spore Singer already has Vigilance. I think I want to develop the Duelist of Deep Faith, though, so I have a target to complete Devotion next turn. If I whiff on a land again. Probably a lot more valuable than just, like, doing 2 additional damage. My opponent's life total isn't very relevant at the moment. Oh, this was another artifact, huh? Sure. Yeah, it's moderately annoying. Do I want to trade off with the Convert, then? Yeah, I forgot the Mere Convert meant that they were shrinking this down to an 0/3. That might have meant it was better to play the Spore Singer so I didn't have to trade off with the Duelist of Deep Faith. Maybe that doesn't matter. think I'd rather keep the duelist around. And I don't think I want to take more toxic damage. Cool. So do we play a Brutalizer here? Or do we just play a Spore Singer to give Duelist Vigilance? Get the first point of Toxic on our opponent? I think I'm probably supposed to be mana efficient and just play Brutalizer. And it should make it pretty hard for the opponent to attack without doing something new. My life total being at 9 is slightly scary. Getting over means the escaped experiment can shrink something by 4, but I still have pretty good blocks through that. Okay. They think they got some kind of trick. Let's see then. Venser will come back even if I kill it, so maybe killing that isn't a priority. Maybe I just block like this, take the lowest amount of damage and kill the toxic threat? Yeah, that seems fine. I'm not sure that attack was worth it to him if they didn't actually have any trick. Zealot's Conviction, huh? I feel like we could do something fun with that. Let's go ahead and give the Brutalizer Vigilance. Yeah, I kind of figured they might chump that. So I gotta be worried about Proliferate jumping creatures into the air at some point. Which means keeping my life total above their highest power creature is important. Yeah, presumably this block, which I get to complete Devotion. Does not surprise me that's it, but it also means they probably don't have any combat tricks. Board control looking pretty reasonable. Scrap Trap, 2 Proliferates, which is a lot of Venser shenanigans, unfortunately. You don't give Vigilance or anything, right? No. So I can't really attack with the Spore Singers. I could Predation Steward to give Venomous Brutalizer 6/6, probably results in them chump blocking or double blocking with the 3/3 in the Scrap Trap. I would just have to kill the Scrap Trap. Zealot's Conviction to kill the 3/3 doesn't really accomplish anything because Venser immediately remakes the 3/3. If I swing without giving +2/+2 to Brutalizer, they mostly don't have good blocks, I guess. And then I just play the other Brutalizer. Okay, I think this is fine. The other option was like Predation Stewarding the Duelist of Deep Faith, since First Strike makes their life kind of hard. Oh, please just block with that. That's the best block for me. Sweet. Okay, Proliferates off the board. But I feel like swinging with the 4/4 Duelist probably taps too many creatures down. Yeah, so now they have to give one of these Flying and Lifelink at a time where that's basically useless. Now we can go back to swinging with Adaptive Spore Swinger. That's pretty annoying. Alright, down to 4. It's precarious. Opponent up to 14. They get to sack Dross Pits here, so they're looking 2 cards deep. Swinging with the 2/2 just lets them block with Venser to gain life, so if I can swing with the Brutalizer and the 3/3. I guess I could just always Zealot's Conviction the Spore Singer anyway. I'm gonna have 2 blockers on defense. Steward doesn't do much on its own. I think I don't want to swing with the Duelist or the Steward. I think I just swing with these lot. Can't actually ever kill the Venser. It'll just come back. But it might be worth Zealot's Convictioning just to force it to die anyway. Okay, well, it'll wind up dying anyway. Okay. Do we have a reason to play out this forest? We don't have a lot of reason to not play out the forest, I guess. Alright. Makes life awkward. Can't attack with Brutalizer. Sure. Okay, flying blocker is cool. We like flying blockers. Kind of want to swing with both Spore Singers at Kaido. Which ends up taking Kaido down to 1. Not letting them have that drone feels like a big deal. But more likely they just trade off with one of my 3/3s and block the other. But I think I need to play Basilica Shepherd. So I can't really afford to do anything else. Which would mean pumping with the Steward. Okay. No artifacts for the opponent, so they can't give anything flying this turn. Death Toucher. That's annoying. We can kill Kaido if they don't have a flyer. So I think they might have actually messed up by not making a drone. Unless they have something that interacts with Shepherd. I can just pump Shepherd up to 5 power and hit Kaido. Hello, Titanic Growth. What do you do? Anything? Huh. Lets me attack with the 1/1s, I guess. What happens if I swing everything at face? Block, 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 taking 6, 7, 11, gaining 1. All at face isn't very helpful. So we are pumping Basilica Shepherd. Going to combat. Swinging at Kaito and swinging at face. Don't think swinging with 2 1/1s accomplishes anything here. Yeah, I think these be the swings. And then we just hope they don't have a removal spell for Shepherd. Yeah, 2/5. Would like to attempt to kill the 2/5. Okay. Offer Immortality is a real spell that trades with Titanic Growth, but thankfully doesn't trade with something scarier at some point in the future. And in the meantime, current board state has us with the Basilica Shepherd. I'm probably best off trading my 2/2 with the 1/1. Land? Sure. Now... Four life total is a small amount of life. I could pump the Brutalizer up to a 6/6 and swing. Which, whether that kills Venser or the Anatomist, would probably be a good idea. The trouble is that if I do that, I don't know that I can actually swing in with the Shepherd. I think I'm actually better off pumping the Spore Singer, since it's got the Vigilance. That way I still have 2 blockers after swinging with the Shepherd. The next turn I can start keeping the Steward on blocking duty. Swinging with the Spore Singer, Brutalizer, and Shepherd. Or potentially with everything, actually. Glistening Seer. Okay, that changes the blocking dynamics. So I need 1 point of damage through, which I currently get if I swing with everything, and I get to play Lifelinking Blocker on the back side of things. Okay, that feels like a swing with everybody sort of situation. Oh no, Venser gains 1 life. So this is not actually lethal. That was bad. So what? Venser block Predation Steward, Glistener Seer block 4/4, 2/5 block 3/3. I guess that's not bad for me. No, Anatomist block 2/2, Seer block... No. Venser has to block the 2/2. Yeah, I guess I don't lose anything. And they're not threatening lethal on the backswing anyway. So maybe this is still fine. The alternative would be swinging with only the Basilica Shepherd and putting them to 1. I guess it's better. I'm putting them to 1 either way. The only difference is that I have more blockers and a Predation Steward. I guess I kill the Glistener Seer with the attack. I can't imagine that's actually worth it. So yeah, I should have just swung with the Shepherd and nothing else. Changes? Can Charge of the Mites hit Planeswalkers? It can. That might make Charge of the Mites more appealing here. Now, to be fair, most of the difficulty of that game was that we never hit a 4th land drop. So hypothetically, we won't have to deal with that again. Yeah, who needs 3 Charge of the Mites? That's a 2-drop and some spells. We keep. This would have been much better if this was a 2-drop that could put a poison counter on something. That's a 2-drop that can put a poison counter on something. Wow, that's so much better. Mere Convert. Yeah, gross. This is a good card. This just does everything. It's like a Dune Mover, except also ramp. Not just color fixing. Huh. Alright, well, let's try to turn on... I'm gonna get so blown out if they actually... Yeah. Too much of blowout potential if they have an instant speed removal spell in response. I think I'm better off just Spore Singering. It would have to be 2 mana exile a creature. If they had Whispers of the Dross, I get to blow them out by playing Zealot's Conviction in response. But if they have 2 mana exile a Branch Blightstalker, I'm in so much trouble. But if they have Whispers of the Dross and I play Spore Singer, then I'm also in a lot of trouble. I could just trade, but then I'm not really turning my Zealot's Convictions online as much as I would like. I think I'm better off playing the Spore Singer. Maybe this is a mistake. But we didn't see Whispers of the Dross at all last game. Okay. Well, that's fine too. Am I willing to trade with the Mere Convert? No. His best case scenario is like my opponent plays a 5 mana creature with 4 toughness, and then I just get to go Zealot's Conviction, Infectious Bite. Okay. I really don't care about Bring the Ending. Unfortunately, I really can't do anything here. Well, Bladed Ambassador it is then. Cruel Grimnarch. Inconvenient, but okay. Are we gonna get rid of White Sun's Twilight here? I think we probably are. Cruel Grimnarch, Cruel Grimnarch, Cruel Grimnarch. So inconvenient. Well, let's see if they'll block the Bladed Ambassador. No. Kinda wished you would, but I get it. Interesting. I think I want to put Zealot's Conviction on the Predation Steward and threaten to block the Convert if they don't counter it. Racing the Grimnarch's going to be annoying, though. The reason I'm doing it at this timing is that I don't want to block and then have them counter it. And just get to trade with my steward. Because I kind of need the steward. A little bit. Okay. So this is 8 damage. Which means I'm not dying on the backswing. It's unfortunate that Infectious Bite gives the opponent a poison counter after the fight effect, which means the damage happens before Zealot's Conviction turns online from the poison. Okay. Zealot's Conviction on Bladed Ambassador. Doing this now means that they can't bring the ending, my Infectious Bite, and also deny me Bladed Ambassador trigger. Oh, that sucks. Okay. What does that mean? Oh, that actually is so incredibly inconvenient. Because now I can't Infectious Bite to kill the Curator. I could Infectious Bite just to put a poison counter on them, so that I can attack with Predation Steward through the Curator. If I don't do that, my life is pretty awkward. I think I actually kind of have to do that. This is sort of just required to play around Bring the Ending. What a strange game, this one. Okay. Well, I don't hate Incisor Glider, although it doesn't do too much right now. It does, however, represent 2 damage in the air next turn. Okay, but they played Meltblade Curator, which means the 2 damage in the air next turn matters a lot less. So now I just play Bladed Ambassador because it's a better block for Cruel Grimnarch. And I don't really play Incisor Glider because that doesn't accomplish anything other than making them discard Bring the Ending, but I don't really want to do that. Scrap Trap, fine. That doesn't do anything. Land, huh? So because of Grimnark, I can't attack unless I activate Predation Steward. So I think what I want to do is just play the glider first. And then I can actually pump the Bladed Ambassador and attack with it. They spend the counter, which means that I just don't attack. So now they have to top deck something because I have lethal currently. This attack doesn't do anything. Okay, that's a good sign. Woo! Did I have fun? Yes. Yes, I did. Gosh, both of those games were just like... What an incredibly interactive game of Magic. In, like, the best way. Just a pile of low-cost, derpy nonsense trying to figure out how to be as tempo efficient as possible. Fun magic. Fun magic. Alright. I'm gonna go grab a bottle of water and a kitty cat and be back in a moment. Hey Chris, saw your Pioneer Brew got featured by Frank Karsten for the PT. You're an absolute mad genius. Thanks. Yeah, we definitely got to play that on stream at some point. That deck is a lot of fun. Wow, that was the first match, huh? Goodness gracious. So I do want to point out, that was the opponent on a blue-black deck with, like, what is pretty close to the Stone Cold nuts in blue-black, and it still barely couldn't beat green-white common and uncommons without very much synergy. Which kind of, I feel like, really encapsulates the entire problem with blue-black and why I am desperately struggling to avoid it. As an aside, however, it occurred to me while looking through some cards today, Elish Norn, the Grand Cenobite, implies that there are lesser Cenobites? Is that... do we know of those? Are there other Cenobites in Magic that we have seen? Doesn't have the ability to port to Explorer. Yeah, the fact that there's no Delve spells, which is like the entire key behind how the deck functions, is really a bummer. You just straight up can't port it to Explorer. So this is like a hand that doesn't do anything at all, which is kind of sad. This, however, is a hand that at least does something. Alright, we can keep that. It makes me sad to ship the Titanic Growth, but I'm pretty sure I want every other card here more than the Titanic Growth. This would have been a beautiful 7. So we have a Grand Cenobite and no other Cenobites. Fascinating. That's what I mean, like, against a black-white deck, them turning on Corrupted is such a huge deal that, like, Incisor Glider denying that early, especially when you're on the draw and it's absolutely critical. Alright, well, Ambulatory Edifice is, like, the card that most punishes this, so clearly I look silly. But the point stands, it's incredibly important to have good blockers on the draw in this format, and Incisor Glider fits the bill. I'm actually much happier that I played Incisor Glider on 2 and then Bladed Ambassador, given my opponent decided to Ambulatory Edifice me. Yeah, I mean, it's true that you could just be the Grand Cenobite because Grand Cenobite is a position and there is no such thing as a lesser Cenobite. But also, like, isn't that kind of boring? For tempo purposes, I'm absolutely willing to make this trade. It's rude. Alright. Well, we play a 4-4. Veil, sure. Give Head Cleaver Vigilance. I would still double block. Give Duelist Vigilance? Doesn't really change anything. They can give Head Cleaver one more pump. Never mind, that's disgusting. Thanks, I hate it. So if I attack with Brutalizer, do I have anything good to do with Charge of the Mites? No. I mean, not if they squad block me. I get to kill the Flensing Raptor and the Head Cleaver, which is, I guess, probably a good thing. But I gotta imagine I'm better off turning Brutalizer into a 6/6 and swinging, which actually only accomplishes the exact same thing. But puts a 2/2 into play, which is probably good. Oh, we do have a lesser Cenobite. Okay, okay, alright. So what's a Cenobite? Not too sure how the system works. Did you qualify for the next PT? I did not. I'm currently qualified for it. Hey, alright. Corrupted is online. What does that mean? I don't know yet. We'll figure out in the future. Cleansing Raptor Poke. They also have Corrupted online. I am so glad that was not a 4/4 Vigilance that blew up my Brutalizer. I'm also extremely glad they forgot to play this pre-combat. Wow, Zealot's Conviction right after we turned on Corrupted. You'll love to see it. Alright. Well, let's get in there then. Okay. Oh, I can't imagine that goes well for them. Okay. Is that it? Am I okay with that being it? I feel like that's a good opportunity to use Zealot's Conviction. Okay. 4/3 Vigilance First Striker feels like a pretty decent card. Our poison situation is sort of under control, but potentially a little bit scary. Especially if they find a removal spell for Bladed Ambassador here. Wouldn't be able to block Head Cleaver. They can put us to 6 with a swing out with everything here if no tricks are involved. So if they have Indestructible plus Death Touch on a double block, I get kinda hosed. But it looks like they don't have that. Well, maybe they do. But if that's what they have, why didn't they attack with Raptor? Who's to say? I could just let the Head Cleaver hit me and block both of the 1/1s instead. It's probably a little safer. Passed through that kind of fast, so I've got to assume that they probably don't have the combat trick then. I don't think they have a removal spell. They probably would have already used it. So I think I'm safe to just go for the Raptor here. Which means we're putting the opponent to 4 and they're chump blocking. Which... I guess I have to worry about Elspeth? I'm not in danger of them White Suns twilighting me. I guess I play around Elspeth by not playing the White Suns Twilight. Woo! Got there. We also hit the White Suns Twilight, which is probably worth something. Changes. Yeah, we don't need those. You know, I always wonder if Socks has like any idea that he's on camera because he behaves so much more chill when he is. But it might be that he actually just really likes hearing people talk. And that's like the difference to him. Is that what it is, Kitty? You find the voice relaxing? Maybe. Elspeth is Wonder. Oh, yeah. It's so weird to me that they don't have an Elspeth in this set. And my brain just immediately assumes the 6-mana Planeswalker that's white is Elspeth. It's so nice. You can knead my knee, but you had your nails clipped, so you're not like scratching my pants up. Isn't that great? Isn't that wonderful? Oh, this is only one land away from being great. It's even got a Justiciar. I love teeth for arms. Look at a mulligan though. Not great, but okay. Crawling Chorus turn 1. That's not a good start. Is Sealed the next P-tier qualifier? Sealed is the next qualifier this weekend. I have died. I am dead. Game over. Corrupted Online. Oh, thank goodness. Terramorphic Expanse. Small mercies. Honk. Unfortunately, a 2-2 is not a very good blocker. Toxic is fairly dangerous. Corrupted tends to be the bigger deal most of the time. Our opponent was splashing blue the entire time. Who knew? Okay, that's a good sign. That means our opponent doesn't have Ambulatory Edifice or any pump spells. They have X-Wing. Alright, missing land drops and we're drawing bad cards that don't do anything. That's not a good sign. Okie dokie. Swing with Borsinger? Okay. Good talk. Did I put a forest on the bottom of my deck? No, plains. Okay. Life is hard. Okay. How do I beat Hexgold Hoverwings? That seems very difficult to do. Ugh. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Well, that at least I can get a somewhat pretty 2-for-1 out of. Now we just have to hope that somehow that pretty 2-for-1 matters when the opponent has a Hexgold Hoverwings. I do not like the opponent having a Hexgold Hoverwings. Am I supposed to chump block with the Spore Singer? Does it change the clock at all? No, it doesn't really. That's probably the ball game, eh? Okay, I really needed them to make that block. Glider, do you... There's probably no way in which you are good enough, but you probably were also the best draw in the deck. So I can go to 1. I can die. Kaido again, huh?
You ready, Pom-Pom-Chan?
Jeez.
Time to put our skills to the test.
Okay. Let's do the thing where we are on the play. I almost wonder... We've seen so little removal out of the opponent. I guess there's Offer Immortality. I almost want to bring in Maze's Mantle, but I think that's probably the wrong idea. What do you happen to have a time for a quick deck review? Forgot to ask before submitting the channel Bruins. We can do that after this match. Yeah. Thanks, Bear. I'm enjoying the hair, too. Probably gonna get a cut before too long, but... I really like the feeling of just having, like, a really fluffy hair. I'm always kind of happy when it's long. But then I have to take a shower, and it takes, like, 20 minutes to clean. And I'm less happy about that. Take the play. 2 drops and lands! We're doing it! Success! What you got for me, opponent? You got a 2-drop that dies to Infectious Bite, so that I get to get you up to 2 poison counters right away? Because that'd be cool. Okay. Got some kind of shenanigans afoot? Yeah, we do. Oh, what's up with opponents always being rude? Now we're in a little bit of danger of flooding out, unfortunately. Would be a very, very, very good time to draw Tyrannex. Okay, well, Veil of Assimilation is not a card that does anything, so that's nice. That's awkwardly difficult to remove. That's awfully close to flooding. Well, unfortunately, I don't think doing 1 point of damage is worth letting the opponent get a toxic on me. I could hypothetically kill this sentry if they attacked by Zealot's Convictioning plus Infectious Biting, but I don't think they're likely to do that. Okay, White Sun's Twilight's a pretty good magic card. We do not hate the existence of this card. Okay. That's fine. I think it's worth it to me to Zealot's Conviction here. Because of the White Sun's Twilight, if I get cards out of their hand in the meantime, it probably is to my benefit anyway. Okay. Oh, sure, cute. Gets it up to 3/6. So I could Infectious Bite to kill it. The question is if I even want to kill it. I guess on the off chance they're playing a counterspell, Infectious Bite would get the counterspell out of their hand. I don't think they're splashing a counterspell. Cool. They don't have a counterspell. Sure. Opponent needs one more artifact played to the board to actually get the sentry through, and if they succeed, I can just choose not to block the sentry. Cool. Do we jam the White Sun's Twilight? Or do we dirtle more? I'd feel a lot more comfortable if the opponent actually played out the blue mana. I guess I could just get to the point where I have 9 mana and then cast White Suns through a Quench. But I also kind of just want them to play more to the board, and currently we're forcing them to play more to the board. Bounce Dune Mover and can get in with Annex Sentry. Yeah, or you can replay the Veil. Accomplishes the same thing. Fair enough. Wait, no it doesn't, because now yeah, they had to bounce the Dune Mover because getting the Might doesn't trigger the Veil. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, you can just attack with the Dune Mover instead, I guess. True. Although, might have been better to actually bounce the Sentry and kill a Might. Ends up attacking with a 4/3 Dune Mover? So I could blow up the board here. Probably correct at this point. It's really only Emperor or opposing White Sun's Twilight that blows me out. Which I think I'm just willing to accept. Fair enough. This kills my 2/2 at the cost of them losing a removal spell. I'm going to assume that means they don't have an Emperor. Betty, Philly. How goes it? Okay, Crawling Chorus does not block 1/1s particularly well. Puts the opponent to 4. Spore Singer puts the opponent to 5. 4 plus Infectious Bite puts the opponent to dead next turn. That's probably... Okay, well, it's just actually good enough. Oh. Alright. That one we got bailed out by White Sun's Twilight for certain. That would have been a tough game without it. Opponent had 2 Anoint with Afflictions. Jeez. That's a heck of a lot, isn't it? Alright, so let's take a look here. Export to Arena. Copy. Delete. Import. This one. Alright, so we have an Atraxa the Grand Unifier, Diregraph Rebirth deck. So my first instinct is that I'm not sure I like Sarah Paragon in a list with not a huge number of things to actually rebuy with it. Razorverge Thicket means this is a historic list? Or explorer list, I guess. We have Leyline Bindings. No, wait, Razorverge Thicket is just standard. Right, never mind. I don't know why my brain just assumes this card couldn't possibly be standard legal. That's going to change some mana bases up, actually. Huh. Oh my goodness, Razorverge Thicket makes enchantments so much better. Oh, I'm so excited. That's so good. Oh, I love it. Oh, that makes me so happy. Okay, so we get to play Leyline Binding with 4 Triomes. That's pretty reasonable. Plaza of Heroes gives us 6 blue sources to hardcast Atraxa if things come to that point. Reckoner Bankbuster produces treasures. Atraxa is also an angel for Java, huh? Can you ever cast Steel Seraph with Sarah Paragon? I don't actually know how that works. Have I seen Glissa? I have seen Glissa. Glissa is impressive. Yeah, so... Okay, you can actually cast Steel Seraph off Sarah Paragon. That does make it slightly better. The main problem I have with trying to do the Jada Sarah Paragon Steel Seraph thing is that, like, Steel Seraph is inherently an incredibly aggressive card, and this is not an aggressive deck. As, you know, functionally, Steel Seraph doesn't really do anything super meaningful unless you're giving it lifelink. I guess there's Vigilance, but, like, Vigilance is also a pseudo-aggressive keyword. It is a lot of cool angels, and it's cool with Atraxa, and it gives you a decent mix of instant, planeswalker, artifacts, and creatures. So maybe all that's kind of worth it. But it does inherently feel kind of weird to me that you've got 3 aggressive cards, 1 mid-range card, a control ramp card, a mid-range / control ramp card, an aggressive card. Removal. Removal. Ramp. Ramp. Removal. Splitting your deck between a bunch of different ideas isn't necessarily inherently wrong, but it's also like the hardest way to build a deck, as opposed to just having every card in your deck being about advancing the same game plan. Yeah, Informant's like a discard outlet for Atraxa, so that you can like start swinging with Informant and then cast a cheaper Diregraph Rebirth. That's certainly cool. No objections to it. But it still leaves me kind of uncertain about the whole Angels package because it feels a little inherently disjointed. Felt flyers were nice, but would you replace the Angels with something else? Well, I don't really have any direct advice on like what I would replace the Angels with. Cause I guess my main concern is that I don't know whether you can support the aggressive sub theme necessary to make Jada and Steel Seraph into good cards in this sort of shell. But I also don't really know what kind of package to replace them with. Yeah, Paragon feels like a card that wants to be very, very grindy. And there are a lot of things in this deck that look like they want to be about being grindy. But Steel Seraph and Jada are not cards that support that. And I don't really know what to make of that. So I guess I would wonder if there are 2-drops. If you could take these 9 cards and figure out some alternative early game plan that gives you the ability to be somewhat proactive and have value in the late game while not having this tied up in tribal stuff that's mostly only good during aggro scenarios. Mono white midrange does run Seraph and Paragon. What does a mono white midrange list look like? I've heard a lot of talk about that, but I assume I haven't seen it because the lists that I did see did not look terribly impressive. So I'm assuming it was off meta. Ambitious Farmhand, Spirited Companions, Lauren of the Third... Okay, Lauren of the Third Path makes sense to me. As like your 3-drop that's incredibly valuable with Sarah Paragon. Especially because you get to start using Legend Rule stuff. Lay Down Arms, Wandering Emperor, Elspeth Resplendent, Eternal Wanderer, Bankbuster, Ossification, Restoration of Iganjo, Wedding Announcement. Sure. That tracks. That makes plenty of sense to me. Yeah, Lord of the Third Path I could see being very, very good. This version plays 1 Elish Norn, 3 Lauren looks relatively stock. I don't have any problem with that in this list, even, to be honest. And it makes Sarah Paragon make a lot more sense to me. Sanctuary Warden as a top end. Yeah, okay, that tracks. That does make me a little leery of Leyline Binding as a removal spell, if everybody's playing a bunch of Lauren of the Third Paths with the intention to loop them over and over and over. But I guess the same could be said of Ossification, which also seems to be a Planeswalker removal spell of choice anyway. I guess that actually speaks kind of well to Sheoldred's Edict. That players are playing 5 and 6 mana Planeswalkers that you can just straight up kill without leaving them vulnerable to enchantment removal, bringing them back. This deck can't really run Ambitious Farmhand because of the mana constraints. I guess you could just run more copies of Rafine's Informant. Are there any creatures that, like, sacrifice themselves? I'm curious if there's, like, good ways to enable making Diregraph Rebirth cheaper by just playing stuff on curve. No, not really, huh? I mean, I guess Canker Bloom, but that's not actually how that works. Yeah. Yeah, there's a fair amount of stuff that... Wait, why is that not popping up? Oh, because I selected that instead of standard. There we go. Okay, now we're seeing some stuff. Ideally, I would like something that doesn't have a mana cost. I'm thinking like something in the vein of Rafine's Informant, but that you could like more easily get to a 4 mana Diregraph Rebirth with. Also, I'm assuming we should probably be playing 4 copies of Atraxa if we're trying to mill it off the top with Rutstein, or discard it to Rafine's Informant. Well, there's Selfless Samurai, I guess. Annihilating Glare could, like, almost be interesting, huh? One mana, kill 2 things, make Diregraph Rebirth cost 3. But you'd need to retool the deck to actually have creatures to sacrifice. Cruelty of Gix as a reanimation spell, making Atraxa in the graveyard bad, huh? That would be annoying. That would be pretty annoying. I don't know if there's actually a way to fix that, though. I guess there's the idea of using Liliana of the Veil as a discard outlet for Atraxa, and also a way to just, like, float 0 mana, make Diregraph Rebirth cheaper. Could be, like, hypothetically sort of interesting. Not a huge fan of Liliana in general, but sort of fits the bill for what this deck is trying to do. Interesting that Onicult Anvil would hypothetically have a lot of synergy with Diregraph Rebirth, huh? Lily's pretty tough on the 3-color mana is the most major problem, but I guess it's also kind of cool with Sarah Paragon, though. Problem with the Restoration of Iganjo is that you have to play a lot of planes to support it, which makes it really hard to be a 4-color mana base while doing that. Not impossible, but we need to retool the whole mana base at that point. I guess Plaza of Heroes also fixes for Lily, and Lauren, and Rutstein, and Wandering Emperor. It's possible this could go up to more copies of Plaza of Heroes to make Liliana work. I mean, this could definitely, like, hypothetically function. I don't love what this has done to the curve, but I also don't really know what 2-drop you're supposed to play in this kind of strategy. I'm not entirely sure if Vat of Rebirth is, like, actually a good card. Maybe it is. I guess the main problem with Onicult Anvil is that makes it even harder to ever hardcast Atraxa. It's true. Perhaps the single best thing that we could pair with Atraxa and Diregraph Rebirth is our best friend Goldhound, who taps for 2 mana for Diregraph Rebirth. This is not a good idea, but it is an adorable one. And I do love this pupper quite a lot. Maybe what we need to do is figure out a way to make a 5-mana treasure aggro deck with Goldhound and Professional Facebreaker and Ziatora and Atraxa as the top end. The enchantments that we can hit off Atraxa at this point are basically just Leyline Binding. Yeah. You get Goldhound, you get Fable, you get Facebreaker, you get Zeotora, you get Atraxa. Hypothetically, you could play removal spells in there somewhere. Yeah. Jaspera Sentinel and Magda were really what made that old 4-color treasure aggro list function. I do not think that there is a way to do it anymore without that. There is probably nothing there. But a boy can dream. Yeah, I do still feel like this is probably like slightly not enough 2-drops, and I don't really know entirely how to fix that. But I do think it's probably worth exploring the non-angels route. But I don't know. Now you're more all in on Atraxa, and you have less capacity to just accidentally cheese a game by playing a couple of flyers. And maybe just... There is some merit to splitting up your strategy between aggressive and defensive things, because it does make it a lot harder for your opponent to sideboard into a counter for your overall strategy when they don't know which half of the deck you're going to draw. And the Jada Angels thing does do that. But I will say, it's usually a sign that your deck doesn't know what it wants to do if you're playing a bunch of 3-ofs of everything instead of 4-ofs. Which was kind of the case with the Angels here. Usually means you're kind of admitting to yourself that, like, you don't necessarily know which part of your deck is supposed to be the good part. You're kind of just balancing everything out. Rather than, like, if Atraxa and Rafine's Informant are good, then, like, a lot of the time that would imply that you want to just play 4 of both. That's not always the case, but it's like a good rule of thumb for evaluating your own deck building process. Speaking of mana bases, I would love to understand how in the world this one works. Alright, let's take a look at that, because I think this is about as much as feedback as I can give on this deck. We have hit the limits of my knowledge. Having not actually played very much in this format, I can't really comment on sideboards or, like, meta positioning, as opposed to broader sort of deck building hypotheses. 28 lands? I do love any deck that decides to play more than 27 lands by default. Alright, where are we at? So we have Kami War, 4 Atraxa, 3 Blue Suns Twilights in what is otherwise and to populate randomly, and Farewell and Eternal Wanderer as one of course. So just removal, 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 steal stuff, massive amounts of card advantage, massive amounts of card advantage, massive amounts of color fixing. And then... "14 Triomes, 3 Tendo Ice Bridges, and Infinity Dual Lands, 0 Basics, and 3 Utility Lands." Eh? I mean, not horribly surprising that this works to me. Somehow it consistently has a turn 2 play. Yeah? I guess if it can consistently play Leyline Binding on turn 2. Actually, that's actually kind of hard for it to do because it's got no basic types other than the Triomes, huh? He basically would just have to go Triome into complementary Triome. As far as ever being able to Blue Sun's Twilight on 2 goes, only time you could ever do that is if you went Rafine's Tower or Xander's Lounge into Mirix, so that's probably not going to happen very often. Probably also doesn't need to happen very often. But if you want to do it on turn 3, you have Stormcarved Coasts and Deserted Beaches. Or just playing the other blue land on turn 2. It's probably reasonable. I'm actually a little surprised to see so few Stormcarved Coasts. I would have actually expected to see more Bant Triomes and fewer Rafine's Towers. Maybe there's math going on here that I'm missing for how it works with Leyline Binding, but my assumption is that Spara's headquarters gives you better odds of getting turn 2 Leyline Binding than Rafine's Tower. The main difference being that Rafine's Tower taps for Go for the Throat, I guess? Yeah, Spara's doesn't have red, but neither does Rafine's Tower. So you're not really losing anything out on that front. And this takes you from 6 green to 8. Sulphurous Springs to be an untapped land that gives you Strangler. Go for the Throat on 2 makes sense. Rockfall Vale doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You don't need an untapped green land. And we just added 2 more green sources anyway. So I feel like I'd be willing to cut Rockfall Vale for a Stormcarved Coast. Because it gives you the same number of Fable sources, but gives you another land you can play that goes turn 1 Strangle. And more lands to go turn 3 Blue Sun's Twilight. I feel like that's probably an improvement on the mana base, with the sole exception of casting Go for the Throat early. But otherwise, yeah. I mean, just 28 lands makes it a lot easier to cast spells on curve. That's probably a pretty big part of it. I think this deck is doing the right thing playing the Sulphurous Springs over the black-red fast lands. Because it does still have a bunch of 6 drops and 7 drops that it wants to cast on curve. And, like, double red on turn 5. I think paying 1 life for the Sulphurous Springs is worth not having an additional tap land in your deck past turn 3. I don't think Plaza functions in this deck where so much of your mana concern is about casting these cards on turn 2. Or, well, Blue Sun's on turn 3 mostly. But, like, none of these cards Plaza taps for anything for. You don't have any legendaries you ever put into play, so it basically the only cards it ever actually casts are Wanderer and Atraxa. I think they're right in identifying that Mirrex is probably a card that makes some amount of sense here. Since most of the stuff that it needs to color fix for, in terms of double pips or 5 color pips, are all cards that you want to cast at sorcery speed anyway. But, yeah. I mean, that's why I would assume that the mana base is probably functional. If we're taking it as a granted that it is relatively functional. Yeah, if you are playing the list, I would recommend those changes on the mana base. I think that's a slight improvement from what I have seen. Assuming that there aren't considerations that I'm missing in terms of, like, things that are way more important to be playing on curve that just, like, I wasn't considering at all. It is typically slightly important to not forget to consider things entirely. Oh, send a deck list? Yeah, we can take a look at that if you got that. After that, we'll probably go back to playing Sealed. Boop, boop. Do. Delete. Import this deck. Alright, we have Jeskai control tokens. Okay, interesting. So, third path iconoclast. Make disappear, strangle, destroy evil as just removal spells. White Sun's Twilight as make a bunch of tokens. Mondrak to double all the tokens. Wandering Emperor and Saheeli as just cards that make tokens. Reckoner Bankbuster to draw lots of cards. You don't any tokens? Not just creature tokens. So doubling Fable and Reckoner Bankbuster treasure tokens actually feels like kind of a cool deal. Mondrak with big score sounds like fun. I don't think it's worth playing Rivetier's Requisitioner here, unfortunately. Oh man. We're hitting the part of the stream where I just got cat hair all up in my eyes, and that's just gonna be the rest of my night. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, I dig what's going on here. I don't know that I actually have, like, much in the way of... Oh, you know what? I do have some feedback. Strangle sucks. Don't play Strangle. Strangle bad. Nobody likes Strangle. I feel like Voltage Surge has to be better in a deck that just, like, is all about having a billion things to sacrifice to it, right? And also just, like, instant speed removal that can hit Fable of the Mirrorbreaker tokens on their turn. This is, like... That's just mostly better. Put in Strangle because of how painful Glissa is. Yeah, I mean... That is true, that it is sort of tricky to sacrifice stuff to Voltage Surge to kill a Glissa, sort of. But I really hate sorcery speed removal so much, though. So much. Oh, that's true. I guess Voltage Surge isn't actually just any permanent. It's specifically artifact. So it's mostly just the third path Iconoclast and the Fable, and I guess the Saheeli that enable it. Losing out on the Blood Tithe Harvester is a little awkward. Can the mana support Adeline? Because I gotta say, Adeline's kind of a cool Magic card. Can't really justify playing Ossification. Well, yeah, maybe you just gotta play Glissa. Or maybe you just gotta play Strangle to beat Glissa. But I don't like it. It's a lot of sacrifice in every single position where your opponent doesn't have Glissa. Mondrak plus Iganjo Uprising sounds like a little bit of fun, doesn't it? Yeah, strangling the sideboard might make more sense to me. A little bit. Because, I mean, I get why Glissa's a problem, but, like, Fable of the Mirrorbreaker is also a really big problem, and Voltage Surge is so much less terrible against Fable than Strangle is. It's too bad Third Path Iconoclast doesn't... Oh, right. Wait, this is Naya, not Jeskai. Never mind. Never mind. Wonder if there's any Power Stone stuff that works with Mondrak. Right, I'll be right back while I go, like, wash cat hair out of my nose. So yeah. Mondrak with Power Stones seems kind of interesting, since it gives you random things you mostly don't care about to sacrifice, and also you can tap a Power Stone to pay for the indestructible thing, depending on how much like being able to make an indestructible 4/4 is relevant in the format. I guess there's a lot of wandering emperors and other emperors flying around that makes an indestructible thing not like insanely invincible, but kind of interesting. Sort of interesting. Alright. Let's see. That's about all I got to say. At some point after this weekend, I'll actually play some Standard and then start being able to give, like, somewhat informed opinions and feedback. We get to be on the play? I get to keep a hand with 2 mana and a toxic 2-drop? Delightful. Now we just mostly need to draw some lands. And not get our Duelist of Deep Faith killed, because if we do, it's kind of game over. Alright. Land is a fantastic start. Don't pacify my Duelist. Don't ossify my Duelist. That's mostly it, right? I can't think of anything else with green-white that they could do here that's, like, super painful. That's true. I guess Edict is actually good against a tokens deck, because you only have 4 2-drops. Scrap Forger. Okay, I can live with that. Gonna block opponent? No. Too scared? Understandable. That's true. I guess Bankbuster stops Edict. I will say Bankbuster usually makes me want more than 2 1-drop spells. My opponent is doing so much ramping. I'm really tempted to kill that 2/1. But I probably shouldn't. Alright, opponent. I'm going to threaten to turn on Corrupted. To what end? None yet. But maybe eventually. Alright, Corrupted online. Opponent playing around with 6 mana. Hopefully they just play some derpy 6-drop that I get to throw a planar disruption at, and not like a good 6-drop. How do you just play like a 6/5 with a reach, opponent? Please and thank you. Perfect. Basically just like a 6/5 with a reach. Good enough for me. Nice to see you back streaming, Chris. Saw your tweet about having to practice more on paper versus arena. What are the major differences in the competitive player decision-making fronts, arena versus paper, in your view? So, this is kind of going into the topic of... I'm assuming they're going to play Titanic Growth, and then I'm going to play a Titanic Growth, and it's going to wash out. Okay. Unfortunately, they get to draw a card, which is not really what I was looking for. Did I miss lethal? Nothing. So my tweet about practicing in paper actually doesn't really have much to do with, like, quality of play or anything like that. It more so has to do with the I guess, general idea that a large percentage of getting better at magic is about the process of, let me figure out these attacks before I like try to get this entire thought rolling. If I pump this, swing with everything, then eat, chump, 2, no good. Pump this, swing with both, eat, chump, no good. Pump just duelist, attack, chump, fine? Yeah, that's for the best. Yeah. Okay. A lot of getting better at magic is about learning heuristics and shortcuts to make decisions of high quality slightly faster rather than to directly make better decisions. And the reason why that is valuable is that if you spend less time thinking about things that you can optimize, you get to spend a larger percentage of your brain bandwidth and time in the match on complicated, hard decisions that are actually like what most of a match ends up hinging on. I think we just make the same choice again. And specifically in regards to paper play, at this PT, I lost a lot of games and spent a lot of time as a result of that, struggling to do things like remember triggers when I cast things, figure out how to handle my double-faced cards, and flipping them back and forth, like lands and spells and whatnot. Remembering to sideboard out the lessons from my deck that I had tutored into it, and certainly a whole host of other things on top of that. And that's the sort of thing that a lot of the times you don't even necessarily realize which sort of decisions like that you need to prep to do in paper. Well, this is mostly lethal currently. Okay. So, after losing a bunch of matches to very clearly feeling myself spending way too much brain equity on those kind of topics, made me realize that, like, back when I was actually playing Grand Prix and PTQs regularly, I had plenty of paper practice to be well prepared for that kind of stuff. And now that I have basically no high-level magic at all that I can play in paper, other than once every 4 months, I am realizing that I absolutely have to figure out some way to practice paper play more than my current literally 0. Can you give an example of a heuristic you use? So in this case, all of those things that I just talked about have heuristic analogs that are more like literally the physical process of playing Magic. Stuff like, okay, so instead of stacking my flip lands on top of the sleeve, I can instead stick them inside of the sleeve, but not all the way, so I don't forget to take them out before the next match starts, but like 80% of the way so that they tap and look like one land and aren't flipping all over the place and making my board messy and distracting me or confusing somebody. I can sleeve my lessons in a different color sleeve like people do companions. I can... remembering triggers is actually just like... There's no cheap heuristic for that. It's just beating into your head and practicing it until you do it right. Yeah, day and night would be a nightmare too. Trying to play a deck that was keeping track of that, I would never want to do without practice at it. Still think people should just use the check cards for DFCs. That's exactly what I'm doing. But I was trying to figure out on the fly the easiest way to use double-faced cards and then bring them out of the sideboard. Oh, I forgot we had Scrap Gorger in this deck. That's so good! It's possible I should just play the Branch Blight Stalker rather than the Scrap Gorger here. I mean, like, we both know you got the +2/+2. But I know I got the Infectious Bite, so I'm willing to wait. But heuristics in general in Magic are stuff like, what's a good example? Bonk. Oh, that was a blowout. What's a good example of a quick heuristic in Magic? If you play a standard matchup 100 times and come to the realization that, oh, if I'm playing blue-red control versus Grixis midrange in standard, and I'm on the draw, and I have the choice, or let's make this simpler. Let's say you're playing Grixis control in standard, and you've played the matchup 100 times, you're playing the mirror. And you have the choice when you're on the draw between playing Blood Tithe Harvester on 2 or passing and holding up Make Disappear. I don't think I want to trade this Stalker for the Dune Mover. If you eventually come to the conclusion that it is better to pass holding up the counterspell for the Fable of the Mirror Breaker that they are going to play on turn 3 than to play my Blood Tithe Harvester and hope they don't have Fable, that is you having formed a heuristic that informs your decision-making going forward and lets you just know quickly what to do in that position. Not having an answer to this is kind of going to be a problem. So we have kind of reached an impasse because of that Vindicator, huh? I should have activated Scrap Gorger. Sloppy. I guess I have a board wipe somewhere in my deck, and also a pacifism that both bust this position open. Let's prevent that damage, yeah? Yeah. Do I trade this off? I guess I probably do. Could use a pump spell. Do I want to? Not particularly. I don't know if that exact example, which one is correct or which one is wrong. Or even if that is actually a situation where you can have a heuristic because it is always one or the other. A lot of the times it can be closer to 50-50 and you just can't form a heuristic. But if it's like 80-20, you can begin to form a heuristic. The point just being that that sort of learned generality that starts you to like know what your default options are going to be and how commonly you are going to do that thing relative to some other choice. That's just what a heuristic is in general. continue sitting here, just doing nothing, trying to draw an answer to a Phyrexian Vindicator. So we're playing a Brutalizer to get one more counter on the Bladed Ambassador? Kind of feel like it isn't. Then again, I guess having a board state that's slightly better makes drawing pacifism stronger? Is it really just those two cards are my only answers to this thing? Pretty much. I guess we get one more poison counter on him, which might matter for Zealot's Conviction. Probably not, but maybe. I guess I do need to be able to race them actually attacking with the Phyrexian Vindicator, though. But I also think that I just wait for a second. I don't really need to play Brutalizer this turn, so I get one more draw before I have to make any real choices, I think. This Phyrexian Vindicator card seems pretty decent. Rude. There goes my Bladed Ambassador. Opponent doesn't really have any good attacks still, though. Okay. Well, this is a spot where I do wish I had a Venomous Brutalizer in play. But... Alrighty. Well, if we're gonna race, then we're gonna race. Could I choose to not do that? No, you actually can't choose to not exile something. Huh. Alright, you kill the sentry. You kill the 2/3. Alright, opponent. How do we feel about racing still? They probably should have raced. They really should have raced. Oh, good times. Alright, how are we doing this? Is Bladed Ambassador better than a Might? The answer to that is probably yes. Blockety. Blockety. I didn't realize this could go at face. That's annoying. Probably still correct to attack, though. Alright, indestructible. Blow everybody up. Happy times. I am now willing to admit that White Sun's Twilight is probably a good card worth playing. I feel like we have collected enough evidence to ascertain that. Certainly a lot better than the previous deck, where it just basically never did anything. At the very least, it removes a 4-drop. And that turns out to be important sometimes. Well, once again, we have a 2-drop. We have 2 lands. That makes me excited. This Charge of the Might cards continues to not make me excited, but, you know, what else are you going to do? I really don't want to play Bladed Ambassador into the removal spell. Let's play Steward instead. No removal spell. Okay. Cool. Swinging with Predation Steward here kind of sucks. Because I don't get a good block on the Hive Master with the Bladed Ambassador anyway. What did I just say? I don't know what I just said. Blocking the Might with the Bladed Ambassador sucks. I would probably rather block the Hive Master with the Steward. Yeah, I think that's the plan. Then we charge the Mites to make some 1/1s and try to get through for a couple of poison counters that way. Phyrexian Arena. Oh no. Put an attack? No attack. Okay. Make some Mites. In that case, we will be disrupting the Hive Master. Seems like the best answer in this position. Putting the opponent on a clock. What you got for us, opponent? Nothing? Well, alright. Nothing wasn't really what I was expecting, but I'll take it. Combat and swing? Something? Anoint with Affliction. Okay, that's not a card I care about, so deal. Two poison? Two poison. Alright. Zealot's Conviction online! Opponent continues taking damage. We got a Brutalizer. Don't really have a way to force it through immediately, but... Rhea Ivor, not a card that matters. No! Don't kill my Brutalizer. I needed that. Okay. Well, now Rhea Ivor matters slightly more. Still not a lot, but more. If any opponent blocks, I'm thinking Titanic Growth is our best option. Kind of wonder if I was actually supposed to Titanic Growth, Zealot's Conviction, and play the light. Like, was I just supposed to put everything onto the one they didn't block and leave them, like, really close to dead to Phyrexian Arena? Getting 4, 6, 8... 8 more damage? No. I think their life would have been still slightly too high for that to be a good idea. Still, position seems sort of acceptable. Opponent cycles Complete Devotion. That's a good sign. Incisor Glider. Alright, I can live with that. Lockety. now do we do the 4 additional damage, put them to 2 thing? I'm thinking yes. Alright, opponent. Time to remove your own Phyrexian Arena. This sure feels like what Phyrexian Arena does in this format to me. That is a very typical Phyrexian Arena game. Well, that was the best performing Charge of the Mights I've seen thus far. Worked fairly well with just a pile of combat tricks. I still have not yet remembered that we have this Tyrannax Atrocity card in our deck because it just does not show up. Two drop. Seems good. Snag the land, which is great for White Sun's Twilight, and good for deck thinning. Nobody complains. Hopefully we stop drawing lands because we did a good job of thinning our deck, but I guess we have White Sun's Twilight, so it's not the worst thing in the world to draw lands. Hypothetically. Well, that is nothing, I guess. You got something for me, opponent? Branchblade Stalker into Adaptive Spore Singer has been a very impressive curve out in this format, generally speaking, as far as, like, commons go. I mean, it is sad to get dunked on by a removal spell, but a good removal spell is gonna dunk you one way or the other. I'm kind of willing to just make this trade and not risk getting blown out by 2-for-1 Zealot's Conviction. Light Belly Rat. Okay. Ooh, look at all these toys we have. I'm gonna be honest. I got a strong feeling the opponent's got the +2/+2 here. I regret my decision making to play the Atrocity. Should have played the Bardiche. Oh no, now I have to attack into my opponent's +2/+2 draw card. Oh wow, they just didn't have it. Okay, well, I guess that means I win anyway. So, well, that's cool. Okay. I'm not gonna complain. Oh, top deck pacifism. Mean. And also Anoint? I'm sorry, wait. Okay, pacifism was the top deck. They had Anoint with Affliction in hand, but couldn't do anything with it. I follow. Their life total is weirdly high. I thought I was doing a better job of being aggressive than this. Oh well. At least we're still sort of busted. Because Mirror and Bardiche is, like, actually a really good card. By the way, if you didn't think this card was good, you are sleeping on it. It is weirdly very powerful in this format, specifically. The stat line on a 4/3 is just pretty solid, and of all of the equipment, this does, like, the best job of turning every single thing you equip it to into a serious threat. And Vigilance is kind of just great when you're both racing. Behold, my indestructible 7-3 Vigilance First Striker. That's a pretty good set of keywords. Alright, opponent, you used up 2 Anoint with Afflictions, so you don't have any more, right? I will admit, the Phyrexian Arena is a lot more scary when they're at 18 life. Not a lot of sense in planar disrupting this Scrap Trap yet, I don't think. I'm going to assume they wouldn't block the Bladed Ambassador this turn. That's a tap land. I can live with that. Like how my opponent had 3 different answers to this Bladed Ambassador and we got them to use every single one. I shouldn't say that. Every single one is kind of jinxing it. We got them to use up at least 3, which is a lot. With Arena up, I would think jump blocking to 7x is just a good idea. Yeah. I don't think it's a terrible idea for sure. But I'm also, like, still feel like I'm sort of in a good position. If they hadn't already used 3 removal spells, I might be a little more scared, but at this point I think that it's not terribly likely they have a huge amount of removal to draw into with the Phyrexian Arena. So I'm okay giving them a couple more turns in order to play slightly safer around a top deck bomb creature. Good game? Good game! Whee! I don't know what their cards were, but they weren't relevant apparently. Alright. Well, was that another undefeated victory? I think we might have only dropped a single game thus far tonight. Commons too strong, and also a really good rare. But mostly commons and uncommons. Alright. We might not end up finishing this one, but let's at least do some deck building. Oh no. My trash talk of Phyrexian Arena might come back to haunt me. So white has Lookout, Zealot's Conviction, 2 Justiciars, Ossification, Disruption, Flensing Raptor, Orthodoxy Enforcer, Basilica Shepherd as like cards I actively want to play, which is good quality white, but not a lot of quality white. Blue has 2 Meldweb Striders. Meldweb Strider's like actually a pretty decent card. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any other cards that are playable. Black has Whispers of the Dross, Offer Immortality. Phyrexian Arena is technically not garbage. Okay, so we're not playing blue or black in all likelihood. Red, we got a Scamp. Scamp's good. 2 Hex Gold Slash is amazing. Flame Stoker's cool. Batterfist is good. Bladegraft Aspirant is fine. Forge Hammer is fine. 2 Coldotha Cacklers could be very good depending on the oil counter synergy. Centaur Courser's fine. Volt Charge is fine. Hazardous Blast as a 2-of is pretty fine. Volshock Splitter's fine. Furnace Strider's great. Alright, so maybe we're just playing white-red artifacts. Justicia is actually, like, pretty decent in that. Green has 3 cultivators. Goodness gracious. Spore Singer. 2 Vorax is pretty good. 2 viral spawnings, but no 2-drop toxic to enable that. Spinoderm, Mantis, Sky Scythe and Dolfer, Cinder Slash Ravager is amazing. Bladehold War Whip is amazing. Slaughter Singer is a very good 2-drop. Dune Mover, Mere Convert, 2 good toxic creatures. Alright, well, we're doing something in Naya. We're definitely doing something in Naya. Mycosynth Gardens is also just, like, actually pretty good. Not necessarily for the sake of going 3 color. Do we have enough equipment to play Veil of Assimilation? So by the way, Veil of Assimilation. I suspect a lot of people will have played with this card and put it in the Artifacts deck, which is blue-white, and been really unimpressed with it, because it's not actually very good in blue-white. This card is basically a red-white-gold card, in my opinion. It synergizes really well with Equipments and Mandible Justicar, and Mandible Justicar is actually a better red-white card than it is a white-blue card. But, yeah, if we end up in red-white artifacts, if we can have the tools to make that work, then it's pretty good. Pretty good. Alright. Well, I feel like literally every combination of these 3 colors is probably going to be viable. Let's start off with finding out if not running the red is viable. Not running the red looks like it probably doesn't end up with enough playables. What if we did white, green, splashing the 2 best red cards? We end up with a 17 land deck. Alright, what does this curve look like? This ends up being a pseudo-toxic list with no 2-drops. Oh, well, hold on. No, we actually do have 2-drops that enable toxic. I forgot they were over there. Shoot, that's actually kind of good. Is this best of 1? Nah, this one's best of 3. So we have 4 color fixers to grab our red. We would be playing 17 lands. And we also have 2 Contagious Vorax with presumably 3 red sources for them to find. So off-curve stuff would be these cards. Kind of feel like I'm probably supposed to splash the Hex Gold Slashes if I play it this way. The white gives us some really good removal and a lot of 2-drops. Okay, so let's say for a second, what does this look like if we don't play the white or if we splash the white? We get Scamp, which we might not actually have any combat tricks to make work. Hex Gold Slashes, Flame Stokers, Batter Fist, Aspirant. Volt Charge, Hazardous Blast, Splitter, Furnace Strider. So this ends up wanting to be an oil deck with the Cinder Slash. We have the Furnace Strider, the Spinoderm, the Mantis. The Flame Stoker. So not a lot of oil, which means we wouldn't really get to do the Cackler thing, but we already have a ton of 3-drops, so that's kind of more acceptable than it would normally be. Cackler is like actively a fantastic card a lot of the time. I don't think it would be stellar here though. The main problem with this deck, we'd still end up having to splash. But the main problem with this deck is that we don't really have good 2-drops. I guess we could play Cultivator. Or rather, we have good 2-drops, we don't have a lot of good 2-drops. But we could play 2 Cultivator because we have a lot of 4-drops. Well, we have 3 4-drops that we want to play on curve. That's not actually a lot. And Cultivator doesn't help you cast 3-drops. I honestly think this is a lot better in terms of, like, power level of cards, but not better in terms of curve. Okay, and what if we led on red-white instead of green-white? Two pieces of equipment, 3 pieces of equipment. Something like this, maybe? This is probably a deck that actually wants Sweeping Lookout. Maybe not a deck that wants Scamp. I mean, Scamp's pretty good with Splitter. But also you kind of want combat tricks with Scamp, and we didn't end up with any combat tricks. Could play Resistance Reunited. The card's, like, not actually awful. Is this better? I don't know if I can tell whether this is better or not. Huh. Certainly better at playing stuff on curve, which is tempting. Mycosynth Gardens mostly just copies Justiciar by and large. Maybe would sometimes copy Veil of Assimilation, although that's unlikely. I guess copy Swooping Lookout. Boros also has the best removal. It's tough to say no to 2 Vorax and a Spinoderm and a Mantis. Like, those are all excellent cards. And, like, Viral Spawning isn't at its best in green-white because we didn't have a huge number of toxic creatures and didn't have the best ways to force them through, but we still had some. But yeah, I think it's hard to say no to the red-white deck just having cheap removal and very aggressive cards. And I'm assuming it's worth more to splash the Ravager than to just play an extra Hazardous Blast. The Resistance Reunited, I guess, is the other thing we could play. I really like Cinder Slash Ravager, but I also really like the idea of not having to play a Forest and a Terramorphic Expanse in my aggressive deck. I'm going to assume we don't play the Ravager and we can sideboard into it. I think that's the decision that I make. Okay, I like this. Do I want more red mana or more white mana? I have more red 1-drops, but I actually only have a single more white 2-drop? So I guess I actually do lean more towards red. We did look at the red-green splash white list, and the big problem was that, like, it just didn't have enough 2-drops for me to feel happy with it. No consideration for the 4/4 vehicle. Nah, I've been pretty unimpressed by Ribskiff in this format. It's kind of just a little too slow, and the stats are a little too medium. Yeah, what we're getting a lot of mileage out of here is that Mandible Justiciar is just a very, very, very good aggressive 2-drop anytime where you're not doing the toxic thing. Like, if you're defending against aggressive decks, a 2-drop with lifelink that trades is amazing. If you're attacking aggressive decks, a 3/2 or potentially bigger lifelinker for 2 is amazing, etc., etc. Just always happy. It's sort of nice that this has Toxic 2 to help get Corrupted, yeah. The trouble is that it's actually, like, the Corrupted decks, in my experience, sort of struggle to crew it meaningfully, or crew it with the new creatures that they're playing. Because a lot of the Toxic decks, a big percentage of their creatures are 2/2s, or, like, random 1/1s. It's not that Ribskiff is bad. Ribskiff is definitely, like, pretty reasonable, especially if you care about turning on Corrupted. The main thing that makes Ribskiff awkward in this format is that, like, you're very rarely short on high quality 4-drops. And, like, Orthodoxy Enforcer and Lattice Blade Mantis are both commons that I think are typically better than Ribskiff. So, like, a lot of times you just don't end up wanting to play it because you've got better 4-drops to play. I think Volshock Splitter is actually probably better than Ribskiff too, for that matter. Alright, shipping it. How to do with the PT? I had a lot of fun. The results were not fantastic, but I enjoyed myself immensely. I think it's the first PT that I ever didn't day 2. Which means I got a new experience. What did I play in Pioneer? I played a blue-red Mind Splice Apparatus deck that we are going to try to play on stream at some point on a day where I just don't have anything else that I want to practice, which may never happen. But that deck's actually, like, super fun, and I think more people ought to give it a shot because it is worth developing. The troll is that this deck's actually fairly vulnerable to flooding, so it's hard to keep a 5-drop or a 5-land hand. I guess we have Flamestoker. let's just draw good cards and not lands. That's the plan. It's hard to throw away a Mandible Justice here on 2. That's really bad. Do not like getting Crawling Forest on 1. Especially not when... Okay, this is very close. This is a nightmare. I mean, my draws have been very good. The trouble is that my opponent's whole everything is kind of better. Alright, I'm gonna just pretend that my opponent turning on Corrupted doesn't matter, and that they will never do anything with... Okay, cool. This is all totally fine. They let me have it? It's kind of horrifying that they didn't trade, but okay. How are we gonna do this? Well... Oh, right, this is free to equip. I forgot this was free to equip. That actually improves this situation so much. Come here. You go on Justiciar. Now combat. Swing. Yeah. Block the Justiciar. I'm fine with that. Because now our Resistance Reunited actually gives both of our things indestructible. Do I want to use this? Oh, I have to save the Justiciar. Do I use it on the Justiciar? Or do I use it on the 2/2? I get kind of blown out if they have a removal spell on my 2/2 in response to this Resistance Reunited, though. I could just Zealot's Conviction the Justiciar. It's probably safer. Oh, no, it's not. Yes, it is. I knew I had a plan there, but I forgot what my own plan was for a second. This way the Mandible Justiciar doesn't, like, die. Oh, I guess this ++1 actually stuck around. That's a really good draw, though! Alright, never didn't have it. Bonk, 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 bonk. 24 life. Cool. Good stuff. Yeah, that sucks. What do you even blow up here? It's gotta be the Justiciar, right? No? Okay. Well, we can't swing with the Raptor. Oh, what are we doing here? You go on to you, I guess? Okay, wait. How's my opponent gonna block? Oh, wait. I can't actually equip the War Whip and play Resistance Reunited. That kind of sucks. So I do that, and then put the War Whip on the 2/2. They block and block, that's no good. If I put the War Whip on the Justiciar, swing with it, I kill the 2/2 and gain 4 life. We put the War Whip on the Justiciar, entering the 2-2 into a 3-1. That changes nothing. So I guess I just do this, don't equip the War Whip, and swing, and hope they don't go 4-4 on the 2-2, 2-2 on the 4-1. And they do. Alright. Well. Now we just hope they don't have a removal spell for the Justiciar. And this stays alive because the Zealot's Conviction is still on it. Alright, one last card, opponent. That's kind of annoying. It's not like the end of the world. There's an awful lot of Toxic, though. Okay, I'll take it. Monotapper, what are you trying to do? "32 life. Not taking 2 Toxic on the backswing is cool. That is a chump blocker. "36 life. Oh, I could have been at 37. I forgot about that trigger. Oh well. I guess let's move the expensive one over. Alright, 2 lethal threats. Isn't it better to play another smaller threat in case of enchantment removal? I was thinking that if they had the Black Skull Bomb, I didn't want them being able to get back the 5-drop, but I guess they probably wouldn't have the time to do that anyway, huh? Is there enchantment removal? Yeah, there's a 3-mana main deckable exile target non-land, non-creature. Or I guess if they had that, though, they would just target the Justiciar. I'm not sure how much in the way of enchantment destruction there is in white-black that they would actually target the pacifism with here. I think pretty much everything is better targeted at the Justiciar anyway. Changes? Nah. Now hopefully we draw some Hexgold Slashes this time around. There we go. That's a good magic card. It's also very good against Toxic nonsense. Opponent didn't have Toxic nonsense? Wow. Don't kill my Flamestoker. I want to draw cards with it. Just play like some derpy 3-2. No! Activated abilities can't be activated. Rip. I think I would rather start getting Toxic on my opponent than playing the Lightbringer that might have a chance of doing 1 more damage. Well, would have done 1 more damage, but what you gonna do? Still gonna assume the Toxic is slightly more valuable. So you have like at least 1 payoff for Corrupted. Is it literally just 1? Yeah, we have literally just 1 payoff for Corrupted, but it's 1. Ossification, presumably getting rid of my Flensing Raptor. No, going for the Lightbringer. That's kind of surprising. But, okay. Anyway, I'm just gonna keep pressing the attack button. Oh, my poor Strider. Rip. I probably should have boarded in the green sideboard plan to get the 5/5 that does 1 damage to everything after realizing how useful 1 damage against everything was last game. One of the rare instances where it might have actually been correct to sideboard and limit it. Oh, that's not a card that did anything. I'm willing to trade my 4/4 with Vigilance for their 4/4 with Vigilance. Feels like it's probably fine. Alright, threatening lethal opponent, what you got? Oh, Concede. That's a cool card. Cool. Yeah, the Gruul Cinderclasm Oil thing. That card's like weirdly just an excellent 6-drop. Like 5/5 Vigilance, 1 damage to each of your opponent's creatures is sort of fantastic in this format. I kind of think it might be like the second best uncommon, maybe third best uncommon. The best uncommon is Evolving Adaptive, without a doubt. That card's like insanely busted in this format. More so as a first pick, but just overall also very busted. Unctus's Retrofitter is probably like the second strongest uncommon when built around. That card's like heinously absurd. Although weirdly it would actually be stronger if it didn't have Toxic, because the deck that it's in never cares about the fact that it has Toxic, and mostly Toxic just serves as a nerf because it dies to Hexcold Slash as a result. And then Cinder Slash Ravager is probably the third best uncommon. The Red-White Warwhip's also very excellent. Probably pretty close. The Red-White Warwhip might actually be better, except that it's in a slightly weaker color combination than Gruul. Alright, Takey the play. Oh, it sounds so amazing if we draw the second land with 2 mirrors to color fix for us. Cephalopod Sentry is kind of absurd. Yeah, but it's also 4 mana, which is a lot of mana. Okay. Wish I had my first hand. I mean, wish I had my first hand plus 1 more land. Do we grab a land with Dune Mover here? Kinda think we don't. Kinda think we don't. I mean, I guess I can spend next turn turning Mycosynth Gardens into a copy of Dune Mover. If I get a land. Which wouldn't be terrible. Wouldn't be good either. Yeah, decline. You aren't complaining that Archfiend of the Dross is 4 mana though, and Sentry is basically that at uncommon? Yeah, but Archfiend of the Dross is like incredibly busted. And also much better because of the ability. Well, yeah, it's a lot of removal spells. So if I want to, I can copy Dune Mover and then remove their 3-drop to turn on Corrupted for Zealot's Conviction, which might be the plan. Guess that's the plan, and we hope we draw a land. Alright. Never didn't have it. I guess I'm actually probably not supposed... Now that I know I have the third land, so I can turn on Zealot's Conviction with Volt Charge, I think I actually just kill this Pestilent Siphoner with Zealot's Conviction. That also plays a lot better around Tyvar's stand there, since green was the mana that they held up. Given the creature indestructible doesn't change anything. Skull Dweller. Dick. I guess it's probably best to just Volt Charge the Skull Dweller here. See what combat trick they got. Damage just resolves. Fine by me. We are weirdly turning into a toxic deck suddenly. Yeah, it's a 4/4. Huh. I mean, it's really tempting to play the War Whip. Put the opponent at 2 here? I don't think they can kill me, probably. If they attack with the Atrocity, I'll block, because I'm a coward. Am I going through the triggers like I would on paper? Nah. Heard it was hard to get accustomed to. Proliferate's pretty simple in paper. I didn't really have a problem playing paper in draft. But I definitely needed more practice playing paper in constructed. There were a bunch of mechanics that I like physically, dexterity, mental checklist was not... had not habitualized acknowledging, which made it a lot tougher than it should have been. But limited, I'd actually played this format in paper a couple of times at pre-release and draft, so I felt like I had a pretty good handle on it. Like, Proliferate's not terribly difficult to remember if you're keeping track of stuff in paper. I'm a coward. You got me, opponent. I block. Okay. I don't care at all. I got a lethal threat, so you need a blocker. Wanna play the 2-drop. 2-drop piece of interaction. That might keep him alive. So I need to draw a white source. Oh. Well, that wasn't the ticket, opponent, unfortunately. +2, +2! Yay! I really cannot believe that we got there with the one Dune Mover and lethal with a Mycosynth Gardens as our only creature in play. This limited format's so silly. I love it. Alright. Swooping Lookout into Mere Convert's like technically a curve. Think of all the damage we can get in with the Swooping Lookouts over time. That's like lethal in 20 turns. Got an expressive iteration explained redeemed? Did we? I don't know. It's not showing up on the feed. Are you trying to scam me out of points? Is that what's happening here? Duelist of Deep Faith. Oh no. What do we do about Duelist of Deep Faith? Just put a Zealot's Conviction on the Swooping Lookout and call it good? 6:38. Oh, like 4 hours ago? Huh. I'm legitimately not seeing that show up in the log. Just now? Why is that not showing up? Weird. Okay, well, plan's gonna be Zealot's Conviction, Snap Block, Duelist of Deep Faith, get blown out by a combat trick. Either way, Expressive Iteration is... oh, gross, opponent. That's so good. So Expressive Iteration is a really, really powerful 2-drop magic card. It is played in a lot of formats, but once upon a time, in the days of Blue-Red Alrund's Epiphany in Standard, we did not play that card in Standard when it was basically being banned in Modern, and folks wondered why. Why not play the busted card? The answer to which was, it's actually a really weird card in that it is stronger in... which am I supposed to do here? Yeah, I'm probably supposed to play the thing that's got 3 power. It's stronger in older formats because the like tipping point on whether Expressive Iteration is really powerful or not is... I'd probably rather kill the Duelist of Deep Faith than the Flensing Raptor. Is that true? That might be true. I think that's true. Has a lot to do with how many 1-drops your deck has. So basically think of it this way. Expressive Iteration is a card you want to be able to play on turn 3. And in order to play it on turn 3 and get the full 2 cards out of it, you need to either be able to play a land from hand and play a 1-drop that you exiled with Expressive Iteration, or you need to be able to exile a land with Expressive Iteration, and you could hypothetically play a tap land and get full value. But otherwise, you're now looking at 1 remaining mana on turn 3, and to get a full 3 mana worth of play, you need to play a 1-drop out of hand. And in the context of Standard, there just weren't 1-mana spells you could play that were good in the Alrund's Epiphany deck that you would hypothetically play Expressive Iteration in. So, weirdly, despite it being a really powerful card, it was at its weakest and was actually quite bad in Standard, because instead it was this card that in order to get, like, full draw 2 for actually 2 mana, you had to play it on, like, turn 5, and that wasn't acceptable. You just couldn't do that at the time, because wasn't Big Score. Unexpected Windfall was in the format, and if you resolved Unexpected Windfall in the mirror, you were like massively far ahead. So if you tapped out 2 mana on turn 5, then your opponent might be able to play Windfall and have counter magic backup and resolve it while you were 2 mana down. So it just ended up being better that you would play 3 mana instant speed card draw. Because think of it this way. Expressive Iteration is busted because it is... Can you get all this? Yeah. Expressive Iteration is a busted magic card because it is a 2 mana draw 2. Slightly better than that because it's kind of like 2 mana anticipate twice, sort of. But if on turn 3 you play Expressive Iteration, spending 2 mana, and leaving up 1 mana that you physically can't use because your deck doesn't have ways to use 1 mana, then that wasn't a 2 mana draw 2, that was a 3 mana draw 2. Alright. Well, we're gonna sack this Flamestoker to draw a bunch of cards on our opponent's turn. We are winning a weirdly large amount of games off Zealot's Conviction giving +1/+1. In this deck that, like, can't turn on Corrupted. We're also turning on Corrupted a weirdly large amount of times for this deck that can't turn on Corrupted, hypothetically. Why are the... Did the pets used to start on the middle of the board? Well, Sand's busted, so keep. That's new, right? That they, like, walk to their respective sides? That's adorable. I love that so much. Huh. So I could play Convert into Flensing Raptor and actually start developing Toxic, or I could start gaining life by playing Justiciar into War Whip, and War Whip seems better to play on turn 3 than Flensing Raptor, so that's probably just a better thing. Oh, gross. The 3-drop gets to trade with my 2-drop, that's so powerful. But what if? What if instead of letting them trade with my 2-drop, I just chose not to play War Whip? I know it sounds crazy, but why not just continue blowing people out with Zealot's Conviction all day long? How long have I not been playing Arena? Semi-new. Oh, I haven't been playing Arena since I don't know, like maybe the last month and a half of prepping for the PT, something like that. So I could play Flensing Raptor here on the Mere Convert and attack with both of these. I could play War Whip. It's probably better to be mana efficient and just play Splitter and attack with the Justiciar, huh? Like, I have the Zealot's Conviction on the Justiciar, so like maybe it was better to go for attempting to start enabling Corrupted. Alright, I wasn't actually sure if they were going to trade off there. I feel like that's probably still good for me that they traded off. Then again, maybe they just have a hand of like land, 5-drop, 6-drop, and I'm gonna regret it. Okay, well, I am extremely okay with this particular trade opponent. Three-drop, huh? Get some damage in. Start doing some toxic shenanigans. Seems like a good time. Oh, I love my opponent doing 2 damage to themselves. That sounds delightful. Stinging Hive Master, huh? So how do we do this? I can Flensing Raptor, throw the Mere Convert in the air. Yeah, and then probably re-equip the Volshock onto the Double Striker after that to set up for the Hazardous Blast. But attack with the War Whip now, since they don't have good blocks on it anyway. Oh! Cool. Polite the opponent to just take the damage. Now we play our land, turn our garden into a mere convert, and or the opponent can just concede before that. That works too. Wow, it's so powerful to just play cheap spells and put them onto the board. Who knew? Okay, I gotta admit, it's hard to tell what's going on with Liliana's hands here, but they're like kind of freaking me out. Like, this one and this one are so curved rather than like jointed like a human finger. And like this thumb is off doing a weird thing because it looks like there's a finger here. And like also kind of like there's a finger here. And then there's a band here where there's like not a hand. It probably doesn't help that this is like low lighted. No, it's still kind of weird that it looks like there's a thumb there and a thumb there, even when it's highlighted. Alright, removal spell and a good 3-drop. That sounds like a recipe for success. Mandible Justice here on 2. Continues to be my favorite 2-drop common. Okay. Well. Successfully ate a removal spell. Rest, you brave soul. And now we get to attempt to race Phyrexian Arena. Everybody's favorite game. Lattice Blade Mantis. Okay, if I must. Well, we have a lot of flying, and green-black is not the world's best color pair at dealing with flying. And I get to start putting Double Strike on my flyers at some point. I feel relatively satisfied with that. Am I supposed to Hexgold slash the Spore Singer in response to this? I feel like I probably am. Force them to use the combat trick now rather than on my turn? Oh! Instant speed removal spell. That's unfortunate. Very sad. But also Basilica Shepherd's pretty cool, so we will dry our tears slightly. If the opponent keeps finding a bunch of cheap creatures that are good blockers and cheap removal spells, then they definitely have a chance at sort of stabilizing this. Let's go with Flensing Raptor, jump the 1/1. Really? Okay. Yeah, they're continuing to find lots of cheap removal. That's what it takes to make Phyrexian Arena deck playable. We get to do some cute shenanigans with Barbed Batterfist here to attack with the highest power flyer and not lose the 1/1 when the turn passes, thanks to the magic of Bladehold War Whip. Alright, so opponent's at 9. We have 5, 7 power on board, meaning that I can Hazardous Blast, put the opponent to 1. Yeah, I'll take the damage. Ugh. Opponent, 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 opponent. We do die to a Tyrannax. Am I willing to die to a Tyrannax? I'll put the War Whip on Flensing Raptor. It still only does 7 damage, right? I don't think I really have other choices here. That was not lethal, opponent, and you absolutely had a card in your deck that was lethal on the backswing. Equip an attack, save blast for next turn. Saving blast for next turn I don't think matters, specifically because Phyrexian Arena... I guess saving blast plays around them finding a removal spell for their Phyrexian Arena, but regardless of whether we equip Whip and attack with everything, or cast Blast and attack with everything, in both cases we're putting the opponent to 2, and then the opponent goes to 1 off Phyrexian Arena, and just has to kill us that turn, or answer Phyrexian Arena. Either way. But yeah, hypothetically, if they can remove Phyrexian Arena, which I should have read Manticore to find out if it could remove the Phyrexian Arena for them. I am very lucky that it could not, and also that they conceded before they, discovered that. But yeah. If they could remove Arena, and presumably discard something to kill the Raptor, in which case they have 3 blockers, then the Hazardous Blast would have been a lot better. Well, I guess, wait, so if I equipped a War Whip, they would be at 1, they blow up Raptor, they answer the Arena, they ate the 2-2, they ate a 1-1, I would have exactly a 1-1 left. And then in that case, I could Hazardous Blast to push the 1 damage through. Attack for 6 in the air and have 1 blocker. But if I attack with 6 in the air, I'm not putting them on a 1-turn clock. Which I think is unacceptable when they have a Masticore in play. Because... No, I just straight up don't have a block. Right? Because Masticore is guaranteed to kill this Rebel token. Because any card they discard, even if it's a land, kills the Rebel token. So I don't think that actually plays around anything doing that way. So I think it's either equip, swing with everything, which I'm willing to believe equip, swing with everything is actually better than playing the blast, swing with everything. Very slightly, but there's no way in which Hazardous Blast was an advantage. Although I guess it gave me more creatures next turn. But that actually probably doesn't matter because they can kill the Raptor with Masticore, do 3 to me, have 2 blockers, answer Arena, and then all I have to do is play a creature. Huh. I guess it's kind of hard for them to kill the Raptor and Arena and play a creature. Like, not impossible. They just need to not have any lands in hand. Or 1 land. They're going to draw 2 cards. We did a cat. Cat happened. If you weren't here, that's your fault. Alright. Hypothetically, I have time for 1 more, but then if I lose, we're just going to be sad again. So I'll tell you what. I think we're going to call it here and start tomorrow by seeing if we can clean out the 4-0. But I also kind of want to end it before I could possibly lose a match. You know? Feels so much better to say that we went undefeated the entire night. So have we learned anything useful about sealed thus far? Other than bombs are good, and when you don't get bombs, aggressive decks are excellent. The current line, they could just kill Raptor with Masticore and find some way to remove Arena. Yeah, so I guess they don't have to attack with a 4-4. And I don't really have anything I can do. Yeah. So that definitely makes it better to equip the Raptor and flunge with the team. Save the Hazardous Blast to try to get the last damage in. I think that's strictly better. I feel like at the very least we have felt vindicated in that not having top end is very valid and viable, and it is instead much more important to bias deck building selection on what gives you more 1 and 2 drops, which, I don't know, that kind of tracks with how draft has worked in this format for me, so that doesn't seem surprising or wrong. Two drops are good. 2 drops are very good. So with that, we gonna find somebody to raid. 2 is the top end. That's a fair point. I mean, there are a lot of extremely good, very playable equipments in this set. Like the massively overperforming red and white common equipments. Volshock Splitter has been just very good. Mirin Bardiche has been very good. There are a lot of ways to get value in the late game in this format that don't require you to play expensive cards, which means you get to just play more aggressive cards more consistently and then still have viable late game, which does a lot, I think, to pressure the format towards cheap threats and aggressive decks. How's Veil of Assimilation been? We haven't drawn it, but for what it's worth, I think that Veil of Assimilation is functionally a red-white card, and these kind of decks with Mandible Justiciar and Bladehold Warwhip are the decks where Veil of Assimilation is playable. Because Veil of Assimilation is just very reasonable when you're like giving Justiciar Vigilance and when you're playing creatures while also triggering Veil. I think Veil is a lot less impressive if you play it in blue-white, where you have a lot of incentive to play like the 3-drop thing that animates when you play an artifact that doesn't synergize with Veil at all, and a bunch of random derpy 4/4s that like don't super synergize with Veil, and flyers that aren't amazing with Veil. Nah, it's double strikers and lifelinkers that giving Vigilance 2 is really excellent with. Alright, let's see who's doing sealed. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Not a lot of folks playing sealed. Draft. Would not have expected that with this weekend. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Alright. Well, in that case, we'll go head over to MDG Nerd Girl, who I think is doing live Commander at like 11 p.m. In which case, just dang. Kudos to the dedication. All right, folks. That was fun. I'll see you all tomorrow for more of this. The raid has been created, it says, but I do not have a pop-up saying that I can make the raid go. I do not know what to make of that. Do we see a thing saying that the raid is filling up? Normally that pops up. It takes like 50 seconds to proc. It takes 50 seconds to actually go, but usually I get like a little button that pops up that says make the raid go. So I have no clue when the raid is gonna go. I guess we'll sit here in the meantime. And I'm gonna open Nerd Girl's stream and like watch for a notification saying that it happens, and then I'm gonna end it. Don't think you can push it through early? I feel you always used to be able to. But like, I actually have no clue when to end the stream if I don't have a notification saying, hey, the raid happened. Or maybe I just end the stream and that's when it goes? I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna end the stream. Good night, folks. This is the jank we're here for, right? This is my brand.